Remember that an adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronoun. Note that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify, as in the example over here. This is a cute cat. The adjective cute modifies or describes the noun cat, and it comes before the noun. And in the sentence, this cat is cute. The adjective cute describes the noun cat, but note that it comes after the noun. Now, proper adjectives are formed from proper nouns and modify nouns and pronouns. Have a look at the example below. I love Italian culture. The word Italian is a proper adjective, and it's formed from the proper noun Italy. Remember that a proper noun is the specific name used for any person, place, or thing, as in Italy. Also note that proper adjectives typically look like their original proper nouns, but have some sort of alternative ending. Have a look at the examples below. He lives in America. America is a proper noun. It is the name of the country. And in this sentence, he likes American holiday. American is a proper adjective, but it's formed from the proper noun America. Only the ending is different. Note that proper adjectives are derived from proper nouns, and so they are capitalized. Have a look at the example below. When she lived in China, Liz ate a lot of Chinese food. Note that the proper adjective Chinese is capitalized, and it's derived from the proper noun China. And when a proper adjective has a prefix, the prefix itself is never capitalized. However, the proper adjective itself is still capitalized. Have a look at the example below. In pre-Columbian America, corn was the only cultivated cereal. Note that the prefix pre is not capitalized, but the proper adjective Columbian is capitalized. Let's have a look at the table below. Now, proper adjectives that are derived from proper nouns and end in IAN, EAN, or AN are as follow. Italian, derived from Italy. Korean, Korea. Moroccan, Morocco. And proper adjectives that end in IC. Icelandic, Nordic. ESE, Chinese, Japanese, Portuguese. Iraqi, Israeli, Pakistani. ISH, Danish, Finnish, Irish. Now let's review the use of proper adjectives and practice a bit. Remember that we use proper adjectives to modify nouns and pronouns. Read the following sentence and fill in the blanks using the appropriate proper adjective. I have a lot of China and Korea friends. I have a lot of Chinese and Korean friends. Note that proper adjectives are derived from proper nouns, and so they typically look like their original proper nouns, but have some sort of alternative ending. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate proper adjective. Peter is fond of Scotland. Scotland is a proper noun. He has been to many cities. He has been to many Scottish cities. Remember that proper adjectives are capitalized as they are derived from proper nouns. Have a look at the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate proper adjective. The drama club performed the Shakespeare play. Shakespearean play. Also remember that when a proper adjective has a prefix, the prefix itself is never capitalized. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate proper adjective. There was a steep rise in anti-Semitic incidents worldwide at that time. There was a steep rise in anti-Semitic incidents worldwide at that time. Note that we use the most common endings for nationalities, such as IAN, EAN, AN, IC, ESC, ISH to form proper adjectives. Read the following proper nouns and provide the appropriate proper adjective. Russia, Russian. Poland, Polish. Iceland, Icelandic. Saudi Arabia, Saudi. Lebanon, Lebanese. Turkey, Turkish. Ukraine, Ukrainian. Vietnam, Vietnamese. United Arab Emirates, Emirati. Spain. Here is a short story using proper adjectives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Do you know that Kelly works at a Mexican restaurant? Yeah? But I know that she doesn't like Mexican food. That's true. But we don't have any European or Asian restaurants here. Actually, I heard that some French place is going to open in a month or two. Really? I think she would love to work there. Her cooking skills are excellent. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide whether the adjectives should be capitalized. A. She's been reading Buddhist teachings. B. Painting originated in prehistoric times. C. An anti-theft backpack holds just about anything you need while keeping it all safe with enhanced safety features. D. He was described as a real Renaissance man. Read the following sentences and provide the proper adjective form of the words in the bracket. A. France. Toasts may be eaten as a dessert in France. B. Billy likes reading Greece myth. C. Have you ever tried traditional Ireland stew? D. The band plays Christ music. E. I like to try Belgium waffles. F. The Edward era of British history covers the brief reign of King Edward VII. And now let's check your answers. She's been reading Buddhist teachings. Painting originated in prehistoric times. An anti-theft backpack holds just about anything you need while keeping it all safe with enhanced safety features. He was described as a real Renaissance man. French toast may be eaten as a dessert in France. Billy likes reading Greek myths. Have you ever tried traditional Irish stew? The band plays Christian music. I'd like to try Belgian waffles. The Edwardian era of British history covers the brief reign of King Edward VII. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that an adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronoun. Note that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify, as in the example over here. This is a cute cat. The adjective cute modifies or describes the noun cat, and it comes before the noun. And in the sentence, this cat is cute, the adjective cute again modifies or describes the noun cat, but it comes after the noun. Now, limiting adjectives help to define or limit a noun or pronoun by telling which one, what kind, or how many. Have a look at the example below. This sandwich is delicious. This is a limiting adjective, and it tells us which sandwich is delicious. Now, in this category, there are possessive adjectives, and they modify the noun following it in order to show possession. These adjectives are my, your, his, her, its, our, and their. Have a look at the example below. I told my friend that I like someone. Then she told that to her friend, and that friend told that to his friend, and now everyone knows everything. Note that the possessive adjective my modifies the noun friend, and it comes before the noun it modifies. And the possessive adjective her modifies the noun following it, which is friend. And his modifies the noun friends. Now let's have a look at the table below. In the first person, singular, the subject is I. Object, me. The possessive adjective is my, as in my cat. Possessive pronoun, mine. In the second person singular, you. Subject, object, you. Possessive adjective, your cat. Possessive pronoun, yours. Third person singular, subject, he, she, or it. Object, him, her, or it. Possessive adjective, his cat, her cat, its cat. The possessive pronoun, his, hers, its. First person plural. Subject, we. Object, us. Possessive adjective, our cat. Possessive pronoun, ours. Second person plural. Subject, you. Object, you. Possessive adjective, your cat. Possessive pronoun, yours. Third person plural. Subject, they. Object, them. Possessive adjective, their cat. Possessive pronoun, theirs. Note that the possessive adjectives need to agree with the possessor and not with the thing that is possessed. However, the verb that is used needs to be in agreement with the noun. Have a look at the examples below. She has a boyfriend. Her boyfriend is very kind. Note that the possessive adjective her is in agreement with what is possessed, which is boyfriend, and the noun boyfriend is in agreement with the verb is. And in this sentence, Peter likes to cook. His cooking skills are great. Note that the possessive adjective his is in agreement with what is possessed, which is skills. And the noun skills is in agreement with the verb are. Remember that possessive adjectives are often confused with possessive pronouns. Have a look at the examples below. Your car is black. Your in this sentence is an adjective which modifies the word car. And in this sentence, mine is white. Mine is a pronoun which functions as the subject of the sentence. Also, remember not to confuse its and its with an apostrophe. Its is the possessive adjective for it, and its is a contraction of it is. Have a look at the examples below. It is a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Both sentences are the same. They have the same meaning. Only difference? It's is the contraction of it is. But in the sentence, the dog was wiggling its tail. It's is the possessive adjective for it, and it modifies the dog's tail. Also remember not to confuse there and their. Their is the possessive adjective for they, and there is a contraction of they are. It's in the example over here. They are best friends. Same thing as they're best friends. But in the sentence, I want to see their performance. Their is the possessive adjective for they, and it modifies the noun following it, performance. Now let's review the use of possessive adjectives and practice a bit. Remember that we use possessive adjectives my, your, his, her, its, our, and their to modify the noun following it in order to show possession. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate possessive adjective. We. Family is very energetic. Our family is very energetic. Note that the possessive adjective needs to agree with the possessor and not with the thing that is possessed. Read the following sentence and fill in the blanks using the appropriate possessive adjective. She. Father is a writer. Writing skills are truly amazing. Her father is a writer. Her writing skills are truly amazing. Remember not to confuse possessive adjectives with possessive pronouns. Read the following sentences and decide whether the words in bold are possessive adjectives or possessive pronouns. Their house is huge. There is an adjective which modifies the word house. Hers is small. Hers is a pronoun which functions as the subject of the sentence. Also, remember not to confuse its and its with an apostrophe. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps using the appropriate possessive adjective. Such a cute cat. Look at tiny paws. It's such a cute cat. Look at its tiny paws. Also, do not confuse there and there. Read the following sentence and fill in the gap with either there or there. Going on vacation. Flight has been booked a long time ago. They're going on a vacation. Their flight has been booked a long time ago. Here is a short story using possessive adjectives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Hey, have you seen my phone anywhere? No, I haven't seen it. Maybe you should check your backpack. When I lose my phone, it's usually there. I can't seem to find it though. Could you call me? Yeah, sure. I think I have your number. I don't want to use our company phone for personal matters, and I really hope that I haven't lost my phone somewhere. Now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with my, your, his, her, its, our, or their. A. Peter is from the UK. Wife is from the US. B. These students didn't do homework. C. Look at the kitten. Look at tiny paws. D. Mary loves grandfather a lot. She visits him every week. E. Pam and Kate go to high school. Little brother goes to nursery school. F. We go to the same school. School is amazing. G. I don't like haircut. I think it doesn't suit me. Now read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with its, their. A. Such a nice day. Maybe we could go to the beach. B. Parents are very strict. They never let them go out with us late at night. C. Sorry, but I can't believe it. So kind to everyone. Now, let's check your answers. Peter is from the UK. His wife is from the US. These students didn't do their homework. Look at that kitten. Look at its tiny paws. Mary loves her grandfather a lot. She visits him every week. Pam and Kate go to high school. Their little brother goes to nursery school. We go to the same school. Our school is amazing. I don't like my haircut. I think it doesn't suit me. It's such a nice day. Maybe we could go to the beach. Their parents are very strict. They never let them go out with us late at night. Sorry, but I can't believe it. They're so kind to everyone. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that an adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronoun. Remember that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify. Have a look at the example over here. This is a cute cat. This cat is cute. Note that the word cute is an adjective and it is used to modify or describe the noun cat. And in the first sentence, note that the adjective cute comes before the noun cat, and in the second, after the noun cat. Now, most adjectives can show degree of quality or quantity by forming two degrees of comparison, the comparative and the superlative. Now, these degrees are formed from the positive degree, which is the usual form of adjectives. Have a look at the examples below. Let's start with the positive degree. For example, this is a tall building. The comparative form, this building is taller than that one. And the superlative, this is the tallest building. Now, to form a comparative sentence, we use the following formula. Noun or pronoun as the subject, plus verb, plus a comparative adjective, plus than, plus noun or pronoun as the object of the sentence. Have a look at the example below. My room is larger than Jake's. My room, being the subject, is verb, larger, comparative adjective, than Jake's, the object. Remember that sometimes the second item of comparison can be omitted, as in the example below. If you start working out, you'll get thinner. No second item in the sentence. Now, when an adjective ends with one syllable, we simply add er to form the comparative. For example, smart, smarter. And when an adjective ends with a vowel plus a consonant, we double the consonant and then add er. For example, big, bigger. And when an adjective ends with a consonant plus a y, we keep the consonant, then change y to I, and then add er. For example, dry, drier. Now, when an adjective ends with two syllables, we simply add er, or we add more. For example, happy, happier, tangled, more tangled. And when an adjective ends with three syllables, we simply add more. For example, beautiful, more beautiful. Now let's have a look at the following table, where we can see how we can form the comparative and the superlative forms of irregular adjectives. Positive, good. The comparative form of good, better. Superlative, the best. Bad, comparative form, worse. Superlative, the worst. Far, comparative, farther, further. Superlative, the farthest, the furthest. Little, comparative, less. Superlative, the least. Much or many, comparative, more. Superlative, the most. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that when forming the comparative degree, follow the pattern noun or pronoun, subject of the sentence, plus verb, plus comparative adjective, plus than, plus noun or pronoun as the object of the sentence. Now read the following sentence and provide the comparative form of the adjective in the bracket. Adam is tall than Jim. Adam is taller than Jim. Also remember that when an adjective ends with a vowel plus a consonant, we double the consonant and then add er. And when an adjective ends with a consonant plus a y, we keep the consonant, then change y to I, then add er. And when there are two syllables, we add er or more. And when there are three syllables, we simply add more. Now provide the comparative form of the adjectives below. Heavy, heavier. Fat, fatter. Hot, hotter. Easy, easier. Wealthy, wealthier, or more wealthy. Important, more important. Difficult, more difficult. Here is a short story using comparative adjectives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. How are you doing? I'm okay. And how are you? I'm fine, thank you. I must say that you look more tired in comparison to when I saw you last time. Yeah, my life is definitely more complicated now. I'm finishing my studies and craving for sleep. I try to choose healthier options when I eat. I try to be more active, but it doesn't help when you sleep 4 hours a day. I totally get you. Life was definitely easier when we were kids. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct word or phrase. A. It was better, more good this time. B. This dress is a lot longer than the other one. C. Today, Tom feels more bad, worse than yesterday. D. Bill is more attentiver when he is talking to someone in person. E. Our drive took longer than expected. And now, read the following sentences and form the comparative degree. A. Non-smokers usually live long than smokers. B. The weather this winter is even bad than last winter. C. A holiday by the sea is good than a holiday in the mountains. D. This skirt is beautiful than that one. E. Our house is big than theirs. And now, let's check your answers. It was better this time. This dress is a lot longer than the other one. Today, Tom feels worse than yesterday. Bill is more attentive when he is talking to someone in person. Our drive took longer than we expected. Non-smokers usually live longer than smokers. The weather this winter is even worse than last winter. A holiday by the sea is better than a holiday in the mountains. This skirt is more beautiful than that one. Our house is bigger than theirs. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that an adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronoun. Also note that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify. Have a look at the example over here. This is a cute cat. This cat is cute. Now the word cute is an adjective and it modifies the noun cat. And note that in the first sentence, the adjective comes before the noun cat, and in the second, it comes after the noun cat. Now, most adjectives can show degree of quality or quantity by forming two degrees of comparison, the comparative and the superlative degree. Now, these degrees are formed from the positive degree, which is the usual form of adjectives. Now, have a look at the examples below. Positive degree. For example, this is a tall building. Comparative form. This building is taller than that one. Superlative. This is the tallest building. Now, to form a sentence using superlative adjectives, we use the following formula. Noun or pronoun as the subject of the sentence plus verb plus the plus superlative adjective plus noun or pronoun as the object of the sentence. Have a look at the example below. My room is the largest one in the house. My room, subject, is verb. The largest superlative adjective, house, object of the sentence. Remember that sometimes the group that is being compared with can be omitted. Have a look at the example below. She is the prettiest girl in the office. Note that this part of the sentence, girl in the office, can be omitted. She is the prettiest. Now, when an adjective ends with one syllable, to form the superlative, we simply add est. For example, smart, the smartest. And when an adjective ends with a vowel plus a consonant, we double the consonant and then add est. For example, big, the biggest. And when an adjective ends with a consonant plus a y, we keep the consonant, then change y to I, and then add est. For example, dry, the driest. Now, when an adjective ends with two syllables, we add est or the most. For example, happy, the happiest. Tangled, the most tangled. And when an adjective ends with three syllables, we simply add the most. For example, beautiful, the most beautiful. Now let's have a look at the comparative and superlative form of irregular adjectives. Positive, good. Comparative form would be better. Superlative, the best. Bad. Comparative, worse. Superlative, the worst. Far. Comparative, farther, further. Superlative, the farthest, the furthest. Little. Comparative, less. Superlative, the least. Many or much. Comparative, more. Superlative, the most. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that when forming the superlative degree, follow the pattern noun or pronoun as the subject of the sentence plus verb plus the plus superlative adjective plus noun or pronoun as the object of the sentence. Now read the following sentence and provide the superlative form of the adjective in the bracket. Adam is tall, boy in class. Adam is the tallest boy in class. Also remember that when an adjective ends with a vowel plus a consonant, we double the consonant and then add est. And when an adjective ends with a consonant plus y, we keep the consonant, change y to I, and then add est. And when there are two syllables, we add est or the most. And when there are three syllables, we simply add the most. Now provide the superlative form of the adjectives below. Heavy, the heaviest. fat, the fattest, hot, the hottest, easy, the easiest, wealthy, the wealthiest or the most wealthy, important, the most important, difficult, the most difficult. Here's a short story using superlative adjectives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. How are you doing? I'm okay. And how are you? I'm fine, thank you. I must say that you look more tired in comparison to when I saw you last time. Yeah, my life is in the most complicated stage now. I'm finishing my studies and I'm craving for sleep. I try to choose the healthiest options when I eat. I try to be the most active, but it doesn't help when you sleep 4 hours a day. I totally get you. Life was definitely in the easiest stage when we were kids. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct word or phrase. A. You are truly the best, the most good. B. This dress is the most unusual, the more unusual one you've ever had. C. That was the worstest day in their life. D. Bill is the most attentive student I've ever seen. E. This was the funniest, the more funnier ride ever. And now, read the following sentences and form the superlative degree. A. This is good movie I've ever watched. B. This was little favorite option of ours. C. Have you heard of dangerous animal in Alaska? D. You are a smart person I know. E. Who is rich man on earth? And now, let's check your answers. You are truly the best. This dress is the most unusual one you've ever had. That was the worst day in their life. Bill is the most attentive student I've ever seen. This was the funniest ride ever. This is the best movie I've ever watched. This was the least favorite option of ours. Have you heard of the most dangerous animal in Alaska? You are the smartest person I know. Who is the richest man on earth? Thank you for watching this tutorial. An adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronoun. Remember that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify. Have a look at the example over here. This is a cute cat. This cat is cute. Now the word cute is an adjective and it modifies the noun cat. Note that in the first sentence, the adjective comes before the noun cat, and in the second sentence, it comes after the noun. Now, limiting adjectives help to define or limit a noun or pronoun by telling which one, what kind, or how many. Have a look at the example over here. This sandwich is delicious. Note that this is a limiting adjective and it defines the noun sandwich. It tells us which sandwich is delicious. Now, there are several categories of limiting adjectives. Let's have a look at those categories. A. Articles are the most commonly used adjectives. A and the indicate whether the noun is used indefinitely or definitely. Have a look at the example below. This is a bed, a mirror, a wardrobe, and an easel in the room. B. Demonstrative adjectives are adjectives that are used to modify a noun so that we know which specific person, place, or thing is mentioned. Now, the most common demonstrative adjectives are this, that, these, and those. Have a look at the example below. This is July, and that girl over there is Judy. C. Numerals can function as limiting adjectives, limiting the noun to a specific number or amount. Have a look at the example below. 1 chocolate bar, 2 cups of coffee, and 10 hours of hard work were put into this. D. Indefinite adjectives are used to describe a noun in a non-specific sense. Now, the most common indefinite adjectives are any, each, few, many, much, most, several, and some. Have a look at the example below. There were several people in the room. Several describing the noun people in a non-specific way. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use articles a and the to indicate whether the noun is used indefinitely or definitely. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate article. There is laptop, cup, open envelope, and pile of books on table. It is total mess. There is a laptop, a cup, an open envelope, and a pile of books on the table. It is a total mess. Also remember that we use demonstrative adjectives this, that, these, those to indicate which specific person, place, or thing is mentioned. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate demonstrative adjective. Shoes are quite nice. They'd go well with red dress. These or those shoes are quite nice. They'd go well with this or that red dress. Remember that we use numerals to limit the noun to a specific number or amount. Now read the following sentences and underline these numerals. Sorry, but we can't throw a party for one person. We should invite at least 20 people. 1, 20. Remember that we use indefinite adjectives any, each, few, many, much, most, several, and some to describe a noun by showing an element of uncertainty. Now read the following sentence and underline these adjectives. The most important thing in the world is to be humane. Most. Remember not to confuse indefinite adjectives with indefinite pronouns. Now, indefinite adjectives modify nouns or pronouns, while indefinite pronouns are stand-alone pronouns. Now, read the following sentences and decide in which sentence the words in bold are used as an indefinite adjective or as an indefinite pronoun. There are only a few people left. There are only a few left. In the first sentence, a few is an indefinite adjective. And in the second sentence, a few is an indefinite pronoun. Here's a short story using limiting adjectives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Mom, do we have any cookies left? No, we don't. There is a single piece of pie in the fridge. No, I don't want that. I wanted to make a cheesecake, so I needed some cookies to make the dough. I'm sorry, dear, but you have to go to the shop then if you want to make this cheesecake today. This can wait. I'll finish the pie then. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with a, and, or the. A. Do you live in house? No, I live in apartment. B. Weather was amazing last month. C. Anne didn't want to come in as there was dog in room. D. Would you like apple? And now read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with this or these. A. Whose shoes are? B. Is a great coat. C. Our beloved sons. Now read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with some or any. A. I got nice presents for you. B. She's too bossy, so she doesn't have friends. C. There isn't juice left. And now let's check your answers. Do you live in a house? No, I live in an apartment. The weather was amazing last month. Anne didn't want to come in as there was a dog in the room. Would you like an apple? Whose shoes are these? This is a great coat. These are our beloved sons. I got some nice presents for you. She's too bossy, so she doesn't have any friends. There isn't any juice left. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that an adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronoun. Also note that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify. Have a look at the example over here. This is a cute cat. This cat is cute. Note that the word cute is an adjective, and it's used to describe or modify the noun cat. Now, in the first sentence, the adjective comes before the noun cat, and in the second sentence, it comes after the noun cat. Now, limiting adjectives help to define or limit a noun or pronoun by telling which one, what kind, or how many. Have a look at the example over here. This sandwich is delicious. Now, this is a limiting adjective, and it defines the noun sandwich. It tells us which sandwich is delicious. Now, in this category, there are pronominal adjectives. Now, these adjectives are pronouns which are used to modify nouns. Have a look at the examples below. This book is interesting. Now, this is a pronominal adjective. It modifies the noun book. And in this sentence, this is an interesting book. This is a pronoun. It represents the noun book. Now, pronominal adjectives can be subdivided into the following groups. A. Demonstrative adjectives. This, that, these, and those. Have a look at the examples below. Those shoes were old-fashioned. These shoes are much better. B. Possessive adjectives. My, your, his, her, its, our, or their. For example, their cat likes to sleep on the floor. C. Distributive adjectives such as each, every, either, or neither. Have a look at the example over here. Every attempt was met with suspicion. D. Interrogative adjectives such as which, what, whose. For example, whose pants are these? E. Indefinite adjectives such as some, any, all, few, several, many, both, little, much, more, and most. Have a look at the example over here. Both parents were present. Indefinite adjective. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that this, that, these, and those are demonstrative adjectives. Now read the following sentences and underline these adjectives. This top doesn't go with these pants. Maybe you should try that blue top you bought a week ago. This, these, and that. Also remember that my, your, his, her, its, our, and their are possessive adjectives. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate possessive adjective. He. Mom washed. We. Dog. While we went on a vacation. His mom watched our dog while we went on a vacation. Also remember that each, every, either, and neither are distributive adjectives. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate distributive adjective. Single day was a good day. The road was straight with fields on side. Every day was a good day. The road was straight with fields on either side. And remember that which, what, and whose are interrogative adjectives. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate interrogative adjective. Type of music do you like? What type of music do you like? Note that we use indefinite adjectives such as some, any, all, few, several, many, both, little, much, more, and most. Now read the following sentence and underline these adjectives. Many people enjoy running in the morning. Many. Here's a short story using pronominal adjectives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Whose book is this? This is my book. I've been reading it for several days. The title of this book looks really catchy. Yeah, I won't deny that. And I have this New Year's resolution to read more books, so I thought I'd give this book a try. What books do you usually read though? I like to read some fantasy or sci-fi novels, and the plot has to be interesting. Yeah, I agree with your opinion. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the pronominal adjectives and decide whether they are demonstrative, possessive, distributive, interrogative, or indefinite adjectives. A. Thank you. These flowers are beautiful. B. Every child has the right to life. C. Which color should I pick? Red or blue? D. I'm afraid he will need several days to recover. E. It is said that neither side of the brain is dominant over the other. F. I don't find that TV shows amusing. G. I like her new haircut. Looks stylish. H. I could tell that the dog was happy to see me by its wiggling tail. I. Those seconds of pure happiness were difficult to forget. J. Do you know whose jacket this is? And now, let's check your answers. Thank you. These flowers are beautiful. Demonstrative. Every child has the right to life. Distributive. Which color should I pick? Red or blue? Interrogative. I'm afraid he will need several days to recover. Indefinite. It is said that neither side of the brain is dominant over the other. Distributive. I don't find that TV show amusing. Demonstrative. I like her new haircut. It looks stylish. Possessive. I could tell that the dog was happy to see me by its wiggling tail. Possessive. Those seconds of pure happiness were difficult to forget. Demonstrative. Do you know whose jacket this is? Interrogative. Thank you for watching this tutorial.
Now in this section, we'll cover all the types of adverbs. And just like with adjectives, okay, adverbs also are used to describe, but here we're using them to describe verbs. But they are equally as important. They will make your speaking exciting. They will make your writing exciting. So do spend some time here and make sure you have it down.
An adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs. Note that they usually modify verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. Have a look at the example over here. We walked really slowly. The adverb slowly modifies the verb walked, telling us how we walked. Remember that we form adverbs by adding ly to an adjective. For example, slow, slowly. And when adjectives end in l, we keep the l and add ly. For example, careful, carefully. And when adjectives end in y, we change the y to I and then add ly. For example, easy, easily. And when adjectives end in able, ible, or le, we replace the e with y. For example, probable, probably. Terrible, terribly. Gentle, gently. And when adjectives end in ic, we add ally at the end. For example, economic, economically. Note that sometimes adjectives end in ly, as in friendly, lively. And when this happens, we cannot change it into an adverb by adding ly. And so it's better to use, as in, for example, in a friendly way or manner. Have a look at the example below. He talked to me in a friendly manner. Note that the following adverbs have the same form as the adjective early, fast, hard, high, late, near, straight, or wrong. Have a look at the following examples. The train is very fast. Fast in this sentence is an adjective. It modifies the noun train. And in this sentence, the train goes fast. Fast is an adverb because it modifies the verb goes. Now the adverb well corresponds to the adjective good. Have a look at the example below. Tom is a good student. He studies well. Good in the sentence modifies the noun student, and so it is an adjective. Well, on the other hand, is an adverb that modifies the verb studies. And the adverb hardly is not related to the meaning of hard. The adverb hardly has the meaning almost not. Have a look at the example below. Hardly anyone writes to me these days, meaning almost no one writes to me these days. And in the sentence, Susan ate hardly anything means Susan ate almost nothing. Now, let's review forming adverbs and practice a bit. Remember that we form adverbs by adding ly to an adjective. And when adjectives end in l, we add ly. When adjectives end in y, we change the y to I, then add ly. And when adjectives end in able, ible, le, we replace the e with y. And when adjectives end in ic, we simply add ally. Now read the following adjectives and change them to adverbs. Quick, quickly. Simple, simply. Angry, angrily. Faithful, faithfully. Happy, happily. Calm, calmly. Comfortable, comfortably. Romantic, romantically. Beautiful, beautifully. Incredible, incredibly. Remember that adjectives ending in ly, such as friendly or lively, can't be made into adverbs by adding ly. Instead, we use it as such, in a friendly way or manner. Provide the correct form of the following sentence. Julian was speaking friendly. Julian was speaking in a friendly way or manner. Also note that the following adverbs have the same form as the adjectives early, fast, hard, high, late, near, straight, and wrong. Read the following sentences and decide whether the words in bold are used as adjectives or adverbs. Peter is a late bloomer. Late in the sentence is used as an adjective. The train arrived late. Late in the sentence is used as an adverb. Note that the adverb hardly is not related to the meaning of hard. The adverb hardly has the meaning almost not. Read the following sentence and provide a similar sentence using the word hardly. There was very little traffic. There was hardly any traffic. Here's a short story forming adverbs. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I miss Anna terribly. We hardly ever see her. I understand you completely. I haven't seen her for ages. At least she often calls us. Yeah, she doesn't forget calling us regularly, especially with her job. She works very hard. She told me yesterday that she had to work overtime. She must be so tired. I'll try to persuade her to take a vacation and come here. She definitely needs to rest to work productively. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the adverbs from the box. Hard, happily, hardly, well, successfully. A. Alan dances very and never steps on people's feet. B. I can believe it. C. And they lived ever after. D. We completed the course. E. Susan worked very and was promoted in February. And now rewrite each sentence so that it has a similar meaning and contains the adverb in brackets. A. Sam didn't sleep well. Badly. B. Jane lives abroad, so her friends almost never see her. Hardly ever. C. Lucy's parents are slow walkers. Slowly. D. The couple lived together and were happy. Happily. E. Philip is ill. Well. Now, let's check your answers. Alan dances very well and never steps on people's feet. I can hardly believe it. And they lived happily ever after. We completed the course successfully. Susan worked very hard and was promoted in February. Sam slept badly. Jane lives abroad, so her friends hardly ever see her. Lucy's parents walk slowly. The couple lived happily together. Philip isn't feeling well. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs. Note that they usually modify verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. As in the example over here, we walked really slowly. The adverb slowly modifies the verb walked, and it tells us how we walked. Now, an adverb of manner tells us how something happens. Have a look at the example below. I carefully read the note left on the counter. Now, the adverb of manner carefully modifies the verb read, and it tells us how we read. Also note that adverbs of manner are usually placed either before the main verb or after the object. Have a look at the examples below. Tom quickly left the building. Now the adverb of manner quickly modifies the main verb left, and it comes before it. And in this sentence, Tom left the building quickly. Again, the adverb of manner quickly modifies the main verb left, but it comes after the object. building. Note that such adverbs as well, badly, hard, fast are always placed after the verb. Have a look at the examples below. Alice, hard work. This sentence is incorrect because the adverb is placed before the verb. The correct form would be Alice worked hard. And when there is more than one verb in a clause, the position of the adverb is very important. Let's have a look at the examples below. Samuel slowly decided to leave the party. Now, in this sentence, the adverb slowly modifies the verb decided, not leave. And in the sentence, Samuel decided to leave the party slowly. The adverb slowly describes or modifies the clause to leave the party, not decided. Now, some writers put an adverb of manner at the beginning of the sentence. This is only to catch the reader's attention. Have a look at the example below. Confidently, she entered the room. Now, let's review the use of adverbs of manner and practice a bit. Remember that we use adverbs of manner to show how something happens. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate adverb of manner. I typed the message. Hurry. I typed the message hurriedly. Remember that we place adverbs of manner either before the main verb or after the object. Now read the following sentence and add an adverb of manner before the main verb and after the object. And the sentence ended. And the sentence ended abruptly. And the sentence abruptly ended. Also, remember to always place such adverbs as well, badly, hard, and fast after the verb. Rewrite the following sentence. Finn well on his exam to do. Finn did well on his exam. Remember, the deposition of the adverb is very important when there is more than one verb in a clause. Read the following sentence and decide what the adverb modifies. They quietly asked us to leave the house. The adverb quietly modifies the verb asked. They asked us to leave the house quietly. The adverb quietly describes the clause to leave the house. Note that a writer can put an adverb of manner at the beginning of a sentence to catch the reader's attention. Rewrite the following sentence. He, the knife, to pick slowly. Slowly, he picked up the knife. Here is a short story using adverbs of manner. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I don't know what's going on with Kate. What do you mean? Well, she finishes her meal quickly and storms back to her room. When she is in the living room, she just quietly reads something and doesn't say a word. And today, she angrily slammed the door right in front of me. Maybe she's upset. Or is she angry with you? I don't know. Whenever I try to initiate a conversation, she answers passively aggressively. Be bold and ask her. You are siblings after all. She can't stay mad forever. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks with the adverbs from the box. Truthfully, badly, patiently, safely, recklessly. A. The score was 3-2. Even though we lost, I don't think we played. B. I don't want to be with her in the same car ever again. She drives. C. The plane landed on the runway. D. The judge asked him to answer the questions. E. Everyone waited for Mr. Smith to arrive. And now, read the following sentences and complete them by changing the adjectives in brackets into adverbs. A. Is anyone here? Whispered Megan. Cautious. B. She spoke so quiet that the class couldn't hear her. C. You are late, said Jane, angry. D. I think our national football team played really good. E. She, happy, ran into her open arms. And now, let's check your answers. The score was 3-2. Even though we lost, I don't think we played badly. I don't want to be with her in the same car ever again. She drives recklessly. The plane landed safely on the runway. The judge asked him to answer the questions truthfully. Everyone waited patiently for Mr. Smith to arrive. Is anyone here? Whispered Megan cautiously. She spoke so quietly that the class couldn't hear her. You are late, said Jane angrily. I think our national football team played really well. She happily ran into his open arms. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs. Now, usually, adverbs modify verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. Have a look at the example over here. We walked really slowly. Note that there are two adverbs in the sentence. Now, the adverb really modifies the other adverb, which is slowly. And the adverb slowly modifies the verb walked and tells us how we walked. Adverbs of frequency tell us how often something happens. They are also used to indicate routine or repeated activities. Have a look at the example over here. I always do my homework. Now, the adverb of frequency in the sentence, always, tells us how often I do my homework. Remember that these adverbs are usually placed before the main verb, but after auxiliary verbs. Now, have a look at the examples below. Our company frequently has brunches with potential clients. Note that has in the sentence is the main verb, and the adverb frequency, frequently, comes before it. But in this sentence, you should always wait for the green light to cross the road. Should is an auxiliary verb, and it comes before the adverb of frequency, always. And the main verb is wait. Now, the only exception is when the main verb is to be, in which case the adverb goes after the main verb, as in the example below. We are usually optimistic. Now, when the frequency is 100%, the adverb of frequency we use would be always. For example, Sarah always helps her mom with dinner. And when the frequency is 90%, we use usually. For example, we usually go out on Fridays. And for 80% frequency, we use normally or generally. For example, Sean normally eats breakfast at 8 a.m. For 70%, often or frequently. For example, they often go to their parents at weekends. 50%, sometimes. For example, Peter sometimes forgets his kids' birthdays. And for 30% frequency, we use occasionally. For example, I occasionally eat vegetarian food. And for 10% frequency, we use seldom. For example, we seldom go on vacation together. For 5%, hardly ever or rarely. For example, Meredith hardly ever drinks coffee. And for 0% frequency, we use never. For example, they never eat junk food. Now, we can also use the following expressions when we want to be more specific about the frequency. For example, every day, once a month, twice a year, 3 times a day, every other week, daily, monthly, annually, etc. Have a look at the example over here. I usually eat pizza once a month. Now, if you need to use more than one adverb of time in a sentence, use them in the following order. First, how long? Second, how often? And third, when? Have a look at the example over here. Peter worked at the mall for 4 days every week last year. 4 days? How long? Every week? How often? Last year? When? Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use adverbs of frequency to show how often something happens or to indicate routine or repeated activities. Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the bracket. I to invite sometimes my friends over. I sometimes invite my friends over. Now, the most common adverbs of frequency are always, usually, normally, generally, often, frequently, sometimes, occasionally, seldom, hardly ever, rarely, and never. Now, create a sentence using the following words or phrases in the bracket. We to go on Wednesdays occasionally to the pub. We occasionally go to the pub on Wednesdays. She to go in the morning to the gym often. She often goes to the gym in the morning. Also remember to place adverbs that tell us how often something happens before the main verb but after auxiliary verbs. Now, if there is a verb to be, then the adverb goes after the main verb. Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the bracket. Michael first to call Anne usually. Michael usually calls Anne first. My mom with us never to be angry. My mom is never angry with us. Note that we can also use the following expressions when we want to be more specific about the frequency. For example, every day, once a month, twice a year, 3 times a year, etc. Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the bracket. I to eat once a month, pizza, usually. I usually eat pizza once a month. Now, if you need to use more than one adverb of time in a sentence, make sure to use them in the following order. First, how long? Second, how often? Third, when? Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the bracket. Kate to work daily last month for 10 hours. Kate worked for 10 hours daily last month. Now here's a short story using adverbs of frequency. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Maggie, you look fantastic. Thank you, Liz. Have you been working out? Yeah, actually, I usually work out every other day. I think it helps me to always stay in shape. Plus, I've noticed that my mood has gotten better too. And do you have a special diet? Honestly, no. But I try to eat healthy every day. Of course, I can't have pizza once in a while, but it doesn't happen that often. Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the adverbs from the box. Twice a year, annually, occasionally, every other day, seldom. A. Pam orders food online. B. Nina drinks alcohol. She doesn't like the taste of it. C. I have exams at uni. Birthdays are celebrated. E. Sam goes to the gym. He is too lazy to do it daily. And now, restore the word order in the following sentences. A. I late to get up, often on Saturdays. B. How often to travel you? C. When usually to go on vacation you? D. Samantha for work never to be late. E. He 3 times a day not to take a shower. And now let's check your answers. Pam occasionally orders food online. Nina seldom drinks alcohol. She doesn't like the taste of it. I have an exam at uni twice a year. Birthdays are celebrated annually. Sam goes to the gym every other day. He is too lazy to do it daily. I often get up late on Saturdays. How often do you travel? When do you usually go on vacation? Samantha is never late for work. He doesn't take a shower 3 times a day. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other verbs. Note that adverbs usually modify verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. Have a look at the example over here. We walked really slowly. Now the adverb slowly modifies the verb walked. It tells us how we walked. Now adverbs of place tell us where something happens. They do not modify adjectives or other adverbs. Have a look at the example below. I'm going back to school in a month. The adverb of place, back, modifies the verb going. It tells us where we are going. Remember that adverbs of place are usually placed after the main verb or after the clause that they modify. Have a look at the examples below. Come in. The adverb in modifies the main verb come. And in the sentence, Helen looked around trying to find a familiar face in the crowd. Note that the adverb of place around modifies the main verb looked, where Helen looked. Now the adverbs of place that end in where express the idea of location without specifying a specific location or direction. Have a look at the example below. I couldn't find my cat anywhere. The adverb of place, anywhere, expresses the idea of location, but it does not specify a specific location or direction. And adverbs of place that end in wards express movement in a particular direction. Have a look at the example below. Our dog likes to walk backwards. The adverb of place backwards expresses the movement of the dog. And with verbs of movement, here means towards or with the speaker, and there means away from or not with the speaker. Have a look at the examples below. You can hang your coat here. The adverb of place here tells us that you are standing near the hanger. And in the sentence, and you can put your shoes there. The adverb of place there tells us that you are pointing at the shoes rack. You are not standing near it. Note that here and there are combined with prepositions to make many common adverbial phrases. Have a look at the examples below. Could you come over here? Over is a preposition, and here the adverb. Together, they make an adverbial phrase. What are you doing up there? Again, up is a preposition, and there the adverb of place. And here and there are placed at the beginning of the sentence in exclamations or when emphasis is needed. Note that they are followed by the verb if the subject is a noun, or by a pronoun if the subject is a pronoun. Have a look at the example below. Here comes the train. The adverb of place here is used in the sentence to create emphasis. And note that it's followed by the verb, and its subject is train, a noun. And in the sentence, there it is. Note that the adverb of place there is followed by a pronoun, which is also the subject of the sentence. Now let's review the use of adverbs of place and practice a bit. Remember that we use adverbs of place to show where something happens. Now make sure to place them after the main verb or after the clause they modify. Create a sentence using the following words in the bracket. Close when the door, you, out to go. Close the door when you go out. Also remember that we use adverbs of place that end in where to express the idea of location without specifying a specific location or direction. Read the following sentence and underline the appropriate adverb of place. I want to go anywhere, nowhere, somewhere nice for our anniversary. I want to go somewhere nice for our anniversary. Note that we use adverbs of place that end in wards to express movement in a particular direction. Rewrite the following sentence using an adverb of place that ends in wards. The air balloon drifted up. The air balloon drifted upwards. Remember that here and there are combined with prepositions to make many common adverbial phrases. Read the following sentence and underline the adverbial phrase. I wonder how little Tom managed to get under there. Under there. Also remember that we place here and there at the beginning of the sentence in exclamation or when emphasis is needed. Note that they are followed by the verb if the subject is a noun or by a pronoun if the subject is a pronoun. Read the following sentences and fill in the blank using the appropriate forms of the words in the bracket. Here, the cake to come. Happy birthday. Here comes the cake. Happy birthday. There, you to be. I've been looking for you. There you are. I've been looking for you. Here is a short story using adverbs of place. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Mike, have you seen my phone anywhere? I can't seem to find it. Try looking over there. I think you were sitting there last time. I've already tried looking there. Maybe I left it somewhere outside when I went shopping. I don't think you even took it with you. Wait, I can simply call you. There it is. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the adverbs from the box. Eastwards. There. Nearby. Homewards. Nowhere. A. After working the whole day straight, we headed. B. I have to go. I lost everything. C. We wanted to build a small park, but we lacked the funds. D. The ship sailed. E. Put the bags. We can unpack them later. Now, read the following sentences and underline the appropriate word or phrase. A. Mary turned over backwards and went back to sleep. B. There was a small lake outside, abroad. C. Is there everywhere, anywhere, I can find a perfect cup of coffee? D. Could you come over nearby, here? E. Here the birthday girl comes. Comes the birthday girl. Now, let's check your answers. After working the whole day straight, we headed homewards. I have nowhere to go. I lost everything. We wanted to build a small park nearby, but we lacked the funds. The ship sailed eastwards. Put the bags there. We can unpack them later. Mary turned over and went back to sleep. There was a small lake outside. Is there anywhere I can find a perfect cup of coffee? Could you come over here? Here comes the birthday girl. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs. Note that adverbs usually modify verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. Have a look at the example over here. We walked really slowly. Note that the adverb slowly modifies the verb walked, and it tells us how we walked. Now, adverbs of time tell us when an action happened, for how long, or how often. Note that adverbs of time are invariable. Have a look at the example below. Sorry, I'll call you in a minute. The adverbial phrase in a minute tells us when I'll call. Note that adverbs of time are usually placed at the end of the sentence, as in the example below. I'll do it tomorrow. Note that the adverb of time tomorrow is placed at the end of the sentence. But sometimes these adverbs can be put at the beginning of the sentence, and that's to give a different emphasis. Have a look at the example below. Later, they noticed his absence. Note that the adverb of time later is placed at the beginning of the sentence to give emphasis. And in the adverbial phrases that tell us for how long something has been happening, for is always followed by an expression of duration, while since is always followed by an expression of a point in time. Have a look at the examples below. They'll be away for 20 days. Note that for is followed by an expression of duration, 20 days. And in the sentence, I haven't seen you since June. Since is followed by an expression of a point in time, which is June. Note that adverbs that tell us how often something happens express the frequency of an action. They are usually placed before the main verb, but after auxiliary verbs. Have a look at the examples below. Sarah usually wakes up at 7 a.m. Now, the adverb of time usually is placed before the main verb, which in this case is wakes. But in this sentence, you must always be kind to others. Note that the adverb of time always comes before the auxiliary verb, be. But note that the main verb of the sentence comes after the auxiliary verb. But there is an exception, and that is when the main verb is to be, in which case the adverb goes after the main verb. Have a look at the example below. I am never late. Note that the adverb of time never comes after the auxiliary verb to be, am. And if you need to use more than one adverb of time in a sentence, use them in the following order. 1. How long? 2. How often? 3. When? Have a look at the example below. Peter worked at the mall for 4 days, every week last year. Note that 4 days tells us how long. Every week tells us how often. And last year tells us when. Now let's review the use of adverbs of time and practice a bit. Remember that we use adverbs of time to show when an action happened or for how long it has been happening. Note that we place these adverbs at the end of the sentence. Create a sentence using the words in the brackets. Why, yesterday, you to be absent. Why were you absent yesterday? Note that sometimes adverbs of time can be put at the beginning of the sentence, and that's to give a different emphasis. Create a sentence using the following words in the bracket. James to realize soon that he to make a mistake. Soon, James realized that he made a mistake. Also, remember that in the adverbial phrases that tell us for how long something has been happening, for is always followed by an expression of duration, while since is always followed by an expression of a point in time. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using for or since. I've been waiting for you an hour. I've been waiting for you for an hour. Bill has been trying to find a job. May. Bill has been trying to find a job since May. Now replace adverbs that tell us how often something happens before the main verb, but after auxiliary verbs. Note that if there is a verb to be, then the adverb goes after the main verb. Now create a sentence using the following words in the bracket. We to buy groceries often together. We often buy groceries together. He to be late usually for classes. He is usually late for classes. And if you need to use more than one adverb of time in a sentence, make sure you use them in the following order. 1. How long? 2. How often? 3. When? Now read the following sentences and create a sentence using the following words in the bracket. Lily to study every day for 5 hours a month ago. She had a difficult exam at university. Lily studied for 5 hours every day a month ago. She had a difficult exam at university. Here's a short story using adverbs of time. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. When was the last time you cooked? I cook every day, so that must be today. When was the last time you took a bath? I don't remember really. I rarely take baths. I am more of a shower person. When was the last time you slept in? Oh, it was about a week ago. It was a wonderful Sunday. I woke up late, stayed in bed for a couple of hours, and just enjoyed life. Now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks with the adverbs from the box. Daily, for hours, today, every year, later. A. I don't feel like doing my laundry. B. This newspaper arrives. My grandpa reads it while eating breakfast all the time. C. When I was a kid, I would play video games. D. We had a great Christmas tradition. We sent postcards to all the relatives we have. E. I think my parents came home. I'll call you. Now read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with for or since. A. Peter just leaves if he waits for someone more than 5 minutes. B. We've been friends with Sarah ages. C. Emily moved to Peru and we haven't heard from her. D. You look much healthier. I saw you last time. E. She's been depressed months. She must see a doctor. Now, let's check your answers. I don't feel like doing my laundry today. This newspaper arrives daily. My grandpa reads it while eating breakfast all the time. When I was a kid, I would play video games for hours. We have a great Christmas tradition. Every year, we send postcards to all the relatives we have. I think my parents came home. I'll call you later. Peter just leaves if he waits for someone for more than 5 minutes. We've been friends with Sarah for ages. Emily moved to Peru and we haven't heard from her since. You look much healthier since I saw you last time. She's been depressed for months. She must see a doctor. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs. Now, usually, adverbs modify verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. Have a look at the example over here. We walked really slowly. Now, there are two adverbs in the sentence, really and slowly. Really modifies the other adverb slowly, and slowly modifies the verb walked and tells us how we walked. Now, adverbs of degree tell us about the intensity of something. They are usually placed before the adjective, adverb, or verb that they modify. Have a look at the example over here. I was too scared to move forward. Too is an adverb of degree, and it tells us how scared we were, the intensity of our fear. Now, the most common adverb of degree are extremely, quiet, just, almost, very, too, enough, etc. Now, enough as an adverb meaning to the necessary degree goes after the adjective or adverb that it is modifying. Have a look at the example below. This bed isn't comfortable enough, meaning that it's not comfortable to the necessary degree. Also note that enough is often followed by to plus infinitive or for something or something. Have a look at the examples below. They're not old enough to get married. This suit is big enough for Mike. Now, to as an adverb meaning also goes at the end of the phrase and modifies. And to as an adverb meaning excessively goes before the adjective or adverb and modifies. Now, to is often followed by to plus infinitive or for something or someone. Have a look at the examples below. I'd like to go to the cinema too, meaning also. And in this sentence, is he too young to become a president? No, he isn't too young for that. To in these sentences meaning excessively. And note that they come before the adjective they modify, young. Note that there is a big difference in meaning between to and very. Very expresses a fact, while to suggests that there is a problem. Have a look at the examples below. She speaks very quickly. That is a fact. And in this sentence, she speaks too quickly. I can't understand her. The adverb of degree to in this sentence suggests that her speaking too quickly is a problem. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use adverbs of degree to show the intensity of something. Now the most common adverbs of degree are extremely, quiet, just, almost, very, too, enough, etc. Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the bracket. It, quiet, to be funny, into her. Yesterday, twice, to run. It was quite funny to run into her twice yesterday. Also remember that we use enough as an adverb meaning to the necessary degree. Make sure to place it after the adjective or adverb that it modifies. Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the following bracket. This tea hot enough not to be. This tea isn't hot enough. Note that enough is often followed by to plus infinitive or for something or someone. Now create a sentence using the phrases or words in the following bracket. You to be mature to make decisions enough for your own sake. You are mature enough to make decisions for your own sake. Also remember that to as an adverb meaning also goes at the end of the phrase and modifies. And to as an adverb meaning excessively goes before the adjective or adverb and modifies. Now to is often followed by to plus infinitive or for something or someone. Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the following bracket. I can to play the guitar. I can play the guitar too. Sorry, but this to be for me to buy expensive. Sorry, but this is too expensive for me to buy. Note that there is a big difference in meaning between to and very. Very expresses a fact, while to suggests that there is a problem. Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the following bracket. It to be outside, hot, very. It's very hot outside. It hot to be too outside. I to go out, not to want. It's too hot outside. I don't want to go out. Here's a short story using adverbs of degree. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Katie is incredibly talented. She plays the piano, she sings, and she is learning the violin too. Really? That's just amazing. I was never persistent enough to do something like that. I've always thought that mastering these musical instruments is simply impossible. Maybe you haven't tried hard enough. She told me that she practices every single day. Can you believe it? That's too much for me. I'm too lazy for that. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the adverbs from the box. To, really, enough, just, incredibly. A. We did well on the test. We have the highest scores among the others. B. Jim has left before you arrived. C. I want to go there. Don't go without me. D. He didn't try hard. He gave up, really. And now, restore the word order in the following sentences. A. She sick to be to go to school too last week. B. Tom to leave rarely the house. C. You silly that to be. D. It nice to be rather to see her yesterday. E. Look, that lady, stunning to be just. And now, let's check your answers. We did incredibly well on the test. We have the highest scores among the others. Jim has just left before you arrived. I want to go there too. Don't go without me. He didn't try hard enough. He gave up really quickly. She was too sick to go to school last week. Tom rarely leaves the house. Are you that silly? It was rather nice to see her yesterday. Look, that lady is just stunning. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs. Now, usually, adverbs modify verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. Have a look at the example over here. We walked really slowly. Now there are two adverbs in the sentence, really and slowly. Really modifies the other adverb, slowly, and slowly modifies the verb walked and tells us how we walked. Now, most adverbs can show degree of quality or quantity by forming two degrees of comparison, the comparative degree and the superlative degree. Now, these degrees are formed from the positive degree, which is the usual form of adverbs. Have a look at the examples below. Let's start with the positive. She eats slowly. Slowly is the positive degree. The comparative form would be she eats more slowly than we do. Superlative, she eats the most slowly of us all. Now the comparative form is used for comparing two actions or state, while the superlative is used for comparing one action or state with all the others in the same category, as in the example below. He runs faster than Jack does. Comparative. But we need to check for sure who runs the fastest. Superlative. Now, when adverbs end in ly, we add more or the most to form the comparative or the superlative form. For example, happily, more happily, the most happily. And when adverbs end in e, we add r or st. For example, late, later, the latest. Now, the comparative form of the adverb well is better. The superlative, the best. Badly, the comparative form, worse. Superlative, the worst. Much, comparative, more. Superlative, the most. Little, comparative, less. Superlative, the least. Far, comparative, farther, further. Superlative, the farthest, the furthest. Note that it is impossible to have comparatives or superlatives of certain adverbs, especially those of time, for example, daily, yesterday, or then. Place, for example, there, up, down. And degree, for example, very, just, to. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember, the comparative adverbs are used to compare differences between the two objects they modify. Now, superlative adverbs are used for comparing one action or state with all the others in the same category. Now read the following sentence and underline the comparative or superlative adverb. This car is better than that one. I want to see which one is the best. Better than, the best. Now form the comparatives and the superlatives of the adverbs below. Quietly, more quietly, the most quietly. Low, lower, the lowest. Near, nearer, the nearest. Seriously, more seriously, the most seriously. Now form the comparative and the superlative degrees of the adverb badly. She performs yesterday. Has anything happened? She performed of any actor today. performs worse than yesterday. Has anything happened? She performed the best of any actor today. Note that it's impossible to have comparatives or superlatives of certain adverbs, especially those of time. For example, daily, yesterday, then. Please, for example, there, up, down, and degrees. For example, very, just, to. Now provide the correct form of the sentence below. He cooks more daily than his sister. He cooks daily while his sister rarely cooks. Here's a short story using comparative and superlative adverbs. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I haven't thought that Paul can play basketball that well. Actually, he was in a basketball club at school. So back then he played even better. Honestly, I think he played the best of any teammates. Yeah? I didn't know that. Yeah. But after the knee surgery, he started to play less and less. Sadly, that was inevitable. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Form the comparatives and the superlatives of the following adverbs: very, well, long, loudly, badly. And now, read the following sentences, underline the mistakes, and then correct them. A. Susan came to work very lately yesterday. B. You should speak more quietlier at the library. C. We ran quite farly that day. D. Tim sings the bester. Everyone loves his singing. E. They drive more careful after the accident. And now, let's check your answers. Very, no comparative or superlative. Well, better, the best. Long, longer, the longest. Loudly, more loudly, the most loudly. Badly, worse, the worst. Susan came to work very late yesterday. You should speak more quietly at the library. We ran quite far that day. Tim sings the best. Everyone loves his singing. They drive more carefully after the accident. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs. Now, usually adverbs modify verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. Have a look at the example over here. We walked really slowly. Now there are two adverbs in the sentence, really and slowly. The adverb slowly modifies the verb walked, telling us how we walked. And the adverb really modifies the other adverb slowly, and it tells us how slowly we walked. As adverbs are used to modify verbs, adjectives, other adverbs, phrases, clauses, or even entire sentences, they are able to function nearly anywhere in the sentence, depending on their type and what it is they are modifying. Now, if we use more than one adverb to describe a verb, there is a general order in which the different categories of adverbs should appear, sometimes called the royal order of adverbs. First comes manner. Second comes place. Third, frequency. Fourth, time. And fifth, purpose. Now, adverbs of manner tell us how something happens, how someone does something, or give character to a description. Have a look at the example over here. Alice sings beautifully. Now, the adverb of manner beautifully in the sentence tells us how Alice sings. Adverbs of place tell us about an aspect of location associated with the action of a verb, specifying the direction, distance, movement, or position involved in the action. Have a look at the example over here. We looked upwards at the fireworks. Now, the adverb of place, upwards, specifies the direction involved in the action, looked. Adverbs of frequency tell us how often something happens. Have a look at the example over here. Peter goes abroad twice a year. The adverb of frequency, twice a year, tell us how often Peter goes abroad. And adverbs of time tell us when or for how long something happens or is the case. Have a look at the example over here. They've been dating for 4 years. Adverbs of purpose tell us why something happens. Have a look at the example over here. The dress is handcrafted and hence expensive. Now, the adverb of purpose, hence, in the sentence, tell us why the dress is expensive. Now, adverbs indicating the attitude and point of view of the speaker or writer usually go at the beginning, as in the example over here. Actually, I don't want to go there. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that if we use more than one adverb to describe a verb, there is a general order in which the different categories of adverbs should appear. Now read the categories below and put them in the right order. First, manner. Second, place. Third, frequency. Fourth, time. And fifth, purpose. Now rearrange the sentence below following the word order of adverbs, manner, place, and frequency. Beth performs confidently all the time on the stage. Beth performs confidently on the stage all the time. Now rearrange the sentence below following the word order of adverbs, place, frequency, and purpose. Dan works 3 times a week because he is saving money for a trip at a diner. Dan works at a diner 3 times a week because he is saving money for a trip. And now, rearrange the sentence below following the word order of adverbs manner, place, frequency, time, and purpose. My dad swims in the outdoor pool every day to stay in shape before sunset enthusiastically. My dad swims enthusiastically in the outdoor pool every day before sunset to stay in shape. Note that adverbs indicating the attitude and point of view of the speaker or writer usually go at the beginning of the sentence. Now create a sentence using the words in the following bracket. You to keep can't obviously a secret. Obviously, you can't keep a secret. Here's a short story following the order of adverbs. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. We hardly ever meet up. When are you free this weekend? Honestly, I don't know. We have a huge project at work and my boss wants everything to be perfect. So, as you can imagine, we are working overtime. Gosh, it doesn't sound great. Do you sleep 8 hours a day at least? I usually sleep 5 hours a day. I also need to do some household chores to keep my place clean. I'll give you a call next week, okay? And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide which is an adverb or adverbial phrase of manner, place, frequency, time, or purpose. A. At 7 o'clock in the morning. B. To be more healthy. C. Annually. D. In the worst way possible. E. At the park. And now, restore the word order in the following sentences. A. My little brother, as he can't be with his friends, to go to school. B. The lady to me in to talk a friendly manner. C. Honestly, we can't afford not to think a vacation abroad this year. D. Sam to get up at weekends late usually. E. I at 6 o'clock to go every morning for a run. And now let's check your answers. At 7 o'clock in the morning. Time. To be more healthy. Purpose. Annually. Frequency. In the worst possible way. Manner. At the park. Place. My little brother likes going to school as he can be with his friends. The lady talk to me in a friendly manner. Honestly, I don't think we can afford a vacation abroad this year. Sam usually gets up late at weekends. I go for a run every morning at 6 o'clock. Thank you for watching this tutorial.
Now, in this section, there are quite a few big words that you're looking at right here. Okay, distributives, quantifiers, predeterminers, okay? And the truth is, nobody really ever uses those terms, but these are the official names for many common words that you do want to use, that you can see here, okay? All, half, each and every, both, either, neither, okay? And the rest in this list. These are great words, okay? They help add complexity to your speaking and your writing. So take some time here, learn the differences, and learn how to use them.
Distributive determiners, or simply distributives, refer to a group of people or things and to individual members of the group. Note that they show different ways of looking at the individual within a group, and they express how something is distributed, shared, or divided. Now let's have a look at the example over here. All people want to love and to be loved. The distributive all refers to people, and it tells us how many people want to love and how many want to be loved. Note that the distributive determiner all is used to talk about a whole group, with a special emphasis on the fact that nothing has been left out. Note that all can be used with uncountable nouns and plural countable nouns by itself. Now, in this usage, it refers to the group as a concept rather than as individuals. Have a look at the example below. All parents want the best for their children. The distributive determiner all is referring to parents everywhere. All can be used with uncountable nouns and plural countable nouns preceded by the or a possessive adjective. Now, in these uses, the word of can be added just after all and with no change in meaning. Have a look at the sentence over here. Have you eaten all the cookies in the jar? Have you eaten all of the cookies in the jar? Both sentences have the same meaning. The only difference? In the sentence, we add of, which does not change the meaning of the sentence. Also note that all can be used with plural pronouns preceded by of. Have a look at the sentence below. All of us are going to be there tonight. Us, plural, of. All can be used in questions or exclamations with uncountable nouns preceded by the demonstratives this or that. Or all can be used with countable nouns preceded by these or those. Now, in these uses, the word of can be added just after all with no change in meaning. Now, let's have a look at the examples below. Look at all the snow out there. This sentence is an exclamation. The distributive all is preceded by the demonstrative this which modifies the uncountable noun snow. Let's have a look at the second sentence. What are all these people doing in our house? This is a question, and the distributive all is preceded by the demonstrative these, which modifies the countable noun people. Now let's have a look at the distributive have. The distributive determiner have is used to talk about a whole group divided into two. Have can be used as a distributive in several different patterns. Let's have a look at those patterns. First, have can refer to measurements if it is followed by an indefinite article, a or an, and then a noun. Let's have a look at the example below. I'll be back in half an hour. Half an hour meaning 30 minutes. Second, have can be used with plural pronouns preceded by of. For example, in the sentence we have, only half of us are going to be there tonight. Meaning that if we are 10, only half of us means only 5 of us are going to be there tonight. And have can be used with nouns preceded by the, a, an, a demonstrative, or a possessive adjective. Now, in this case, the meaning refers to a concrete physical division. Note that the word of can be added just after have with no change in meaning. Let's have a look at the following examples. Half the people have already left the party, meaning that if 50 people were at the party, 25 of them have left the party. Putting half a kilo of sugar in the topping will ruin the cake, meaning that we have to put just a quarter of sugar in the topping, not half a kilo. I want half of that cake, meaning that I do not want the whole cake. I want half of the cake. Sorry, but I used half of your eggs making breakfast today. Meaning that if there were 12 eggs, I used only 6 eggs for making breakfast. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use all with uncountable nouns and plural countable nouns by itself. Now, in this usage, it refers to the group as a concept rather than as individuals. Have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gap using the appropriate distributive. All students are sleep deprived during the finals. Also, remember that all can be used in questions and exclamations with uncountable nouns preceded by this or that. Or we can use all with countable nouns preceded by these or those. Now remember that in these uses, the word of can be added just after all and with no change in meaning. Have a look at this sentence over here and fill in the gap using the appropriate distributive. Look at all these cute puppies. I want to adopt one. Also, remember that we use have when we refer to measurements. Now, in these cases, have needs to be followed by an indefinite article, a, or an, and a noun. Have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gap using the appropriate distributive. Sarah always runs half a mile in the morning. And note that we use half with nouns preceded by the, a, and a demonstrative or a possessive adjective. Now, in this case, the meaning refers to a concrete, physical division. Have a look at the sentence over here. Fill in the gap using the appropriate distributive. I need to get rid of half of my clothes. They are too small for me. And remember that all and half can be used with plural pronouns preceded by of. Have a look at the sentences below and fill in the gap using the appropriate distributives. All of them were invited to the party. Half of them were invited to the party. Here is a short story using distributives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Are all of you going to the party tonight? No, I think only half of us are going. Not all of us have free time in the evenings. But all of our staff are going to be there. I think it would be nice to celebrate Halloween all together. Think of all the fun stuff we can do. Yeah, but half of our employees are married and have kids. It's tough to find time for things like that. Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and find mistakes. A. My dad usually runs half miles a day. B. All parents want his kids to be happy. C. Think of all money that went into the preparation. D. Half of the students was present today. E. Look at these cute shoes. I want to buy them. Look at the following table below and match the sentences accordingly. A. Half of them ignored our dinner party. B. You better not eat this burger. C. Look at all these balloons. D. Where are all the apples? E. I don't know if this movie is worth seeing. 1. Are they having a party over there? 2. I bought a kilo yesterday. 3. Only half of the reviews are positive. 4. Think of all the calories. 5. That was very disrespectful of them. Now, let's check your answers. My dad usually runs half a mile a day. All parents want their kids to be happy. Think of all the money that went into the preparation. Half of the students were present today. Look at these cute shoes. I want to buy them. Half of them ignored our dinner party. That was very disrespectful of them. You'd better not eat this burger. Think of all the calories. Look at all these balloons. Are they having a party over there? Where are all the apples? I bought 1 kilo yesterday. I don't know if this movie's worth seeing. Only half the reviews are positive. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Distributive determiners, or simply distributives, refer to a group of people or things and to individual members of the group. Note that they show different ways of looking at the individual within a group, and they express how something is distributed, shared, or divided. Have a look at the example over here. Each person is unique. Every person is unique. Now, the distributive each and every are both related to describing the members of a group. These distributives can only be used with countable nouns by being placed before the nouns. Now, in many cases, they are interchangeable, but there is a subtle difference between them. Let's have a look at that subtle difference between each and every. Now, each is used to describe and highlight an individual member of a group or multiple individuals. Note that by using each, you recognize the item is a part of a group, but that it also needs to be pointed out as a singular item too. Have a look at the example over here. Each book on the shelf had a unique cover. The distributive each refers to the countable noun book, which is part of other books on the shelf. Note that each can be used with plural nouns and pronouns, but it must be followed by of, as in the example over here. Each of the pupils received a Christmas card. Pupils is a plural noun. Also, each can be used after the subject or at the end of the sentence. Let's have a look at the following examples. My siblings each have their own room. After the subject. My mother gave my sister and I $20 each. This means that she gave $20 to each of us. Now let's have a look at the distributive every. By contrast, every is a way of referring to the group as a collection of individual members. Note that every cannot be used with plural nouns. Let's have a look at the example over here. Every boys in my class wanted that computer game. Now this sentence would be incorrect because boys is plural and we cannot use every with plural nouns. The correct form would be every boy in my class wanted that computer game. Also, remember that every can express different points in a series, especially with time expressions. For example, in the sentence we have, every morning Philip goes for a run. Now, in this sentence, the distributive every expresses a time expression, which is morning. And in this sentence, and every time Anne would forgive him, the distributive every expresses the word time, which tells us about what Anne does every time in a series. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use each to describe and highlight an individual member of a group. By using each, you recognize the item is part of a group, but that it also needs to be pointed out as a singular item too. Have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gap using the appropriate distributive. Each contestant had something special about them. Now remember that each can be used with plural nouns and pronouns, but it must be followed by of. Now have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gaps using the appropriate distributives. Each of us wanted to volunteer for the project, and each of the members filled in the application form. Also, note that each can be used after the subject or at the end of a sentence. Again, have a look at the sentences below and fill in the gaps using the appropriate distributives. My parents each have their own car. I bought 3 pairs of shoes, $30 each, meaning that each pair of shoes cost $30. Remember that the distributive every, by contrast, is a way of referring to the group as a collection of individual members. Note that every cannot be used with plural nouns. Have a look at the sentence below and provide the correct version of the sentence. Every people want to live a happy life. Every person wants to live a happy life. Also, remember that every can express different points in a series, especially with time expression. So have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gap using the appropriate distributive. Every time I say something, my brother gets annoyed. Here is a short story using distributives, each and every. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Have you heard of Crystal's upcoming wedding? They are throwing a huge party with 300 guests invited. That's a lot of people. Yeah, and each of the guests received a handwritten invitation. Could you believe that? Maybe they wanted everyone to feel welcomed. I could have never done something like that. That's just insane and sounds like a total waste of time. Well, to each his own, I suppose. Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct distributive. A. My 2 sisters, each or every, have their own business. B. I live with a roommate, so we are paying $500 every or each. C. Every or each of the board directors sign the papers. D. Stop being so judgmental. As they say, to every or each his own. E. Every or each day I read 20 pages of a book. Now read the following sentences and rewrite them so that they have similar meaning and contain the distributive in brackets. A. Whenever I tell you to calm down, you snap at me. B. Susan, Megan, Kelly, and I got free tickets to the cinema. C. The police searched all the buildings in the neighborhood. D. Different people like different things. E. I was looking for you everywhere, and all of our friends were trying to reach you too. Now let's check your answers. My two sisters each have their own business. I live with a roommate, so we are paying $500 each. Each of the board directors signed the papers. Stop being so judgmental. As they say, to each his own. Each or every day I read 20 pages of a book. Note that both variants are possible, though every is used more often. Every time I tell you to calm down, you snap at me. Each of us got free tickets to the cinema. The police searched every building in the neighborhood. To each his own. Each of our friends was trying to reach you too. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Distributive determiners, or simply distributives, refer to a group of people or things and to individual members of the group. Note that they show different ways of looking at the individuals within a group, and they express how something is distributed, shared, or divided. Have a look at the example over here. Both of us like Mexican food. Note that both in the sentence is a distributive, and it refers to the pair who like Mexican food. Now, both refers to the whole pair and is equivalent to one and the other. Both can be used with plural nouns on its own, or it can be followed by of, with, or without an article. Now, when followed by a plural pronoun, both must be separated from the pronoun by of. Have a look at the examples below. Both of my parents approve of me going to college. Note that both in the sentence is used with a plural noun, parents, and it can't be with or without of. Both my parents. In this sentence, however, I told both of them to give me a call. Them is a pronoun, and so both must be followed by of. Note that both cannot be used with singular nouns because it refers to two things. Have a look at the sentences below. Both my sister likes traveling. Now this sentence would be incorrect because sister is in a singular form.
All right. So this part of the video, there was an error, so I have recorded it myself. So don't be alarmed at the new voice. Anyways, in this part, we're going to look at the word either. Okay, you can pronounce it either or either. This is a word, right, that we use when we want to talk about one of the members of a pair. Okay, so when you have two things and you want to talk about one of them, we can use this word either or either. Okay, it's basically the same thing as saying, one or the other of the two items. And because we're just using this word to talk about one member, okay, or one item of a pair, okay, then when we use just the word either followed by a noun, that noun has to be singular, right? So if we have an apple and an orange, right, those are two things, but if you want to say which one do you want, okay, then the apple and the orange, those are both fruit, right? So you could say either fruit is fine, okay? But notice it's either fruit. That means either the apple or either the orange, okay? You're using a singular noun. Now, if you want to make it a plural noun after either, then you're going to have to add this word of, okay? And then once you do change it to that new phrase, either of, followed by a noun, you can use the plural noun or a plural pronoun, okay? And here we're using these object pronouns, okay? So these plural pronouns would be them, okay, us, or you, right? The plural you. So let's take a look at these examples, right? Down here we have either day is fine, okay? So in this sentence, you have to think, right? They're referring to two different days originally. So maybe someone asked them, which day do you want to go to the park, Monday or Tuesday? Okay, so their response is either day, right? Which means either Monday or either Tuesday is fine, okay? And it's the same thing like I said before with the fruit, right? If you have an apple and an orange and someone says, which fruit do you want? Okay, then, you can respond, either fruit is okay, right? Or it doesn't matter. Either fruit is good, okay? That means either the apple or the orange, okay? But not both. And down here, we have that of, okay? So it's either of. So here, you'll notice that we used a plural noun because we have this of, okay? So we could stay at either of the hotels, right? Maybe the question was, which hotel do you want to stay at, right? The Embassy Suites or the Trump Hotel? Then you could respond with, we could stay at either of the hotels, right? So that of lets us use the plural version. If we wanted only the singular one, then we could say, we could stay at either hotel, okay? So make sure you follow the rules of when to use the plural version and when to use singular, okay? And again, the pronouns that you're going to be using is them, us, okay, or you, right? So which person do you want to see tomorrow, your mom or your dad? Then you could respond with either of them would be fine, right? Either of them, okay? Or if you are in a group, okay, it's you and your friend, and the teacher says, who's going to do the project? Okay, or who do I give the project to? Then you could respond, either of us will do it, right? That means you, me, or the other person in your group. Okay? Another way we can use either is to use it with this word here, or. Okay, so it's this phrase that you'll see a lot that goes either, okay, and then some words, and then or. Okay, so we call this the either or phrase. And here, okay, you're talking about each of the items in this phrase. Okay, remember, either is with two items. So when you use either or, okay, you're referring to both of these items in your sentence. Okay, the meaning is pretty much the same as before, right? When we just used, either plus noun, okay, or either of plus noun. But here, right, we're using this either or. Technically, okay, or grammatically, it is now changing, right? Now it is not a distributive. Now it's considered a conjunction, okay, because we have this new phrase, either or. So you can see the example here, okay, you can have either ice cream or cake, right? So this is kind of when you want to list the items and make someone make a choice, right? So, which dessert do you want? You can have either ice cream or cake, okay? So this is a very useful way to talk about two choices. Now the opposite of either, okay, would be neither, okay, or neither. You can pronounce it both ways, neither or neither. Okay, this is the negative version, right? If either was the positive version, we would consider neither or neither the negative. Okay, so again, this is just like before with either. Okay, it's used to refer to one item of a pair. Okay, but you're referring to these things together. Okay, means you don't want this one or the other item. Okay, either meant either one was fine, okay, or it doesn't matter. But here, neither means both of the items you don't want, right? You don't want this one and you don't want the other one, okay? And again, though, the same rules, right? Neither is used with a noun, but because we're referring to just one of those items in the pair, we use a singular noun, okay? So again, right, here, okay, for neither date, you want to go on the January 7th or January 8th, okay? If none of those days are good, you can't go on those days, then instead of saying, this long sentence, I can't go on January 7th and I can't go on January 8th, instead, you could just say, neither date is convenient for me, right? Neither date means both of those dates are not good, okay? Or, in our other example, you have an apple and a fruit, right? Or sorry, apple and an orange. Which fruit do you want to eat? If you don't like apple or orange, then you would say neither fruit, right? Neither fruit is good. I don't want any of them. And again, just like with either, if you add of, then your noun that follows is going to be the plural of those items, right? So, in this sentence, neither of these dresses suits her. So, you have two dresses. Let's say you have a red dress and a blue dress. Okay, your friend tries them on. They don't look good. So you would say neither of these dresses, right? Neither of them. Not this one and not that one. Okay? And we can also turn this into a conjunction phrase, okay? Just like we did with either. We changed either to an either or phrase. Here we have neither nor, okay? It's this word here, nor, okay? And again, it means the same thing as just using neither, okay? But now we have turned it into a conjunction, okay? So this is another way to talk about two items and both of them they're not good or you don't want them, okay? Some negative expression. So here, right, it's neither snowing nor raining, okay? That means it's not snowing and it's not raining.
Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use both as an equivalent to one and the other. And you can use both with plural nouns on its own, or it can be followed by of, with or without an article. Now, when followed by a plural pronoun, both must be separated from the pronoun by of. Now, read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate distributive. The parties signed the papers on Monday. Both of the parties signed the papers on Monday. Now, either is positive, and when used alone refers to one of the two members of the pair. It is equivalent to one or the other. Because it refers to just one member of a pair, remember that either must be used before a singular noun. Now, it can also be used with a plural noun or pronoun if followed by of. Now, read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the distributive either. I haven't been to those cafes. I haven't been to either of those cafes. Also remember that either can be used with or in a construction that talks about each member of the pair in turn. Now the meaning remains the same, but in this case, either is not functioning as a distributive. It is functioning as a conjunction. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of either. Stay with me, go away. Either stay with me or go away. Note that neither is negative, and when used alone refers to the whole pair. It is equivalent to not one or the other. And because it refers to just one member of a pair, neither must be used before a singular noun. Now it can also be used with a plural noun or pronoun, but it must be followed by of. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the distributive neither. Classmate wanted to work on a project together with Peter. Neither classmate wanted to work on the project together with Peter. Also note that neither can be used with nor in a construction that talks about each member of the pair in turn. Now the meaning remains the same, but in this case, neither is not functioning as a distributive. It is functioning as a conjunction. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blanks using the appropriate form of neither. Mom, Dad came to our graduation ceremony. Neither Mom nor Dad came to our graduation ceremony. Here's a short story using the distributives both, either, and neither. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Do you want ice cream or cake? I want neither this nor that. Okay. Do you want tea or coffee? I'll have either juice or milk. Neither thing is good for you. Either stop being picky or I'll stop treating you. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and complete them with both, either, or neither. A. Where is Kim? Is she at work or at home? She's on vacation in Peru. B. Do you want tea or coffee? I'll have what you want. C. This dress or that green one, we can't afford of them. D. We are huge fans of their music. of us want to go to their concert? E. Is it the 13th or the 14th today? It's the 16th. And now, rewrite the following sentences using both and, either or, neither nor. A. I don't have time and desire to go to the party. B. Adam was late and Kate was late too. C. Is he James or John? I don't remember his name, but it's one of the two. D. She didn't smile. She didn't cry. E. We can't stay for a little longer or leave right now. It's up to you. And now, let's check your answers. Where is Kim? Is she at work or at home? Neither. She's on vacation in Peru. Do you want tea or coffee? Either. I'll have what you want. Either this dress or that green one. We can't afford both of them. We are huge fans of their music. Both of us want to go to their concert. Is it the 13th or the 14th today? Neither. It's the 16th. I have neither time nor desire to go to the party. Both Adam and Kate were late. His name is either James or John. She neither smiled nor cried. We can either stay for a little longer or leave right now. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now, quantifiers are adjectives and adverbial phrases that give approximate or specific answers to the questions how much and how many. Have a look at the example over here. Sorry, but there isn't much left for you to do here. The word much in the sentence is a quantifier, and it tells us how much work is left to do. Now, to answer the questions how much and how many, certain qualifiers can be used with countable nouns such as chairs and apples, while others can be used with uncountable nouns such as tea and money. Have a look at the examples below. How many cousins do you have? The quantifier many in the sentence is used with a countable noun, cousins. But in the sentence, how much money did you spend? The quantifier much in the sentence is used with an uncountable noun, which is money. Also note that how much can be used when we want to know the price of something. Now, in this case, we can use how much with a countable noun, both singular and plural noun. Have a look at the example below. How much does this dress cost? Note that dress is a countable noun. Note that the quantifiers a few, a little, very few, and very little are generally used in affirmative statements, non-negatives, or questions. Let's have a look at quantifiers that are used with countable nouns, such as chairs and apples. very few, meaning hardly any or not enough. Have a look at the example below. I've got very few friends. I need to be more outgoing. Note that friends is a countable noun. A few, meaning some or enough. Have a look at the example below. I know that I've got a few friends, but they're the best. Again, friends is a countable noun. And now let's have a look at quantifiers that are used with uncountable nouns, such as tea and money. Very little, meaning hardly any or not enough. Have a look at the example below. We have very little tea left. I doubt that it'll be enough for 6 cups of tea. Note that the word tea in the sentence is an uncountable noun. A little, meaning some or enough. Have a look at the sentence below. We have a little tea left. Shall I make you some tea then? Again, tea is an uncountable noun. And now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that to answer the questions how much and how many, certain quantifiers can be used with countable nouns such as chairs and apples, while others can be used with uncountable nouns such as tea and money. Now have a look at the questions below and fill in the blank with the appropriate beginning of the question. Days are there in May? Time do you have left? How many days are there in May? How much time do we have left? Also remember that we use very few with countable nouns such as chairs and apples in the meaning of hardly any or not enough. And we use very little with uncountable nouns such as tea or money in the meaning of hardly, any, or not enough. Now have a look at the sentences below and fill in the blanks using the appropriate quantifier. My sister has books. She doesn't like reading. My sister has very few books. She doesn't like reading. Thomas spoke English, so it was difficult to have a conversation with him. Thomas spoke very little English, so it was difficult to have a conversation with him. Also remember that we use a few with countable nouns such as chairs and apples in the meaning of some or enough, and we use a little with uncountable nouns such as tea and money in the meaning of some or enough. Now have a look at the sentences below and fill in the blanks with the appropriate quantifier. Even though there were only houses, the village looked welcoming. Even though there were only a few houses, the village looked welcoming. Thomas spoke a little English, so we managed to talk for a bit with him. Here's a short story using the quantifiers a few and a little. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Jane is so lucky. She has few problems with Spanish. Well, she's been studying for 4 hours a day for the past 3 years, so it's not like she does very little work. Yeah, but still, she has such a great result. On the other hand, I make few mistakes and people can't understand what I'm saying. It's so frustrating. Then you have to study more. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with a few or a little. A. There is water in the kettle. B. We had snow last winter. C. There were students in the room. D. I have relatives living nearby. E. I speak Italian. And now, read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with few or little. A. Sorry, but I've been very busy lately. I have free time. B. This is a very modern city, so there are old buildings. C. Amy isn't very popular. She has friends at school. D. I have very ideas. I doubt I can help you. E. She drinks very water during the day. And now, let's check your answers. There is a little water in the kettle. We had a little snow last winter. There were a few students in the room. I have a few relatives living nearby. I speak little Italian. Sorry, but I've been very busy lately. I have little free time. This is a very modern city, so there are few old buildings. Amy isn't very popular. She has few friends at school. I have very few ideas. I doubt I can help you. She drinks very little water during the day. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that quantifiers are adjectives and adverbial phrases that give approximate or specific answers to the questions how much and how many. Have a look at the example below. Sorry, but there isn't much left for you to do here. Note that the word much in the sentence is a quantifier, and it tells us how much work is left to do. Now, to answer the questions how much and how many, certain quantifiers can be used with countable nouns, such as chairs and apples, while others can be used with uncountable nouns, such as tea or money. Now have a look at the examples below. How many cousins do you have? Note that the quantifier many in the sentence is used with a countable noun, cousins. But in the sentence, how much money do you spend? The quantifier much is used with an uncountable noun, money. Now, in spoken English and informal writing, when we want to indicate a large quantity of something, we tend to use a lot of, or lots of. Now, a lot means very often or very much. It is used as an adverb. Now, it often comes at the end of a sentence and never before a noun. Have a look at the examples below. My brother plays football a lot, meaning very often, and note that it comes at the end of the sentence. And in this sentence, she's a lot happier after quitting her job. Note that a lot in the sentence comes after a noun, and it tells us how happy she felt after quitting her job. Now, a lot of is more formal than lots of. They both mean a large amount or number of people or things, and they can be used with plural, countable nouns, and with singular, uncountable nouns for affirmatives, negatives, and questions. Now, have a look at the examples below. That's a lot of money. Singular, uncountable noun. There are a lot of great students here. Plural, countable noun. We've got lots of things to do today. Plural, countable noun. Now we use the quantifier most to talk about quantities, amounts, and degrees. We can use it with a noun as a determiner or without a noun as a pronoun. We can also use it with adjectives and adverbs to form the superlative. Now we use most with nouns in the meaning the majority of. If there is no article, demonstrative, or possessive pronoun, we use most right before the noun, as in the example below. Most tap water is drinkable, right before the noun. Now, when we are talking about the majority of a specific set of something, we use most of the plus noun, as in the example below. Most cakes are sweet. Cakes in general. The party was amazing. Kate made most of the cakes herself. Cakes in the sentence meaning a specific set of cakes at the party. Now we can leave out the noun with most when the noun is obvious from the context, as in the example below. Students can eat in the cafeteria, but most bring food from home. Most in the sentence meaning students. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use a lot as an adverb in the meaning very often or very much. Now it often comes at the end of a sentence and never before a noun. Now have a look at the sentence below and fill in the blank with the appropriate quantifier. She loves cooking for her boyfriend. A lot. Also note that a lot of is more formal than lots of, but they both mean a large amount or number of people or things. For example, there are a lot of things to do here. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank with a lot of or lots of. People went to see their performance yesterday. Lots of people went to see their performance yesterday. Remember that we use most with nouns in the meaning the majority of. And if there is no article, demonstrative, or possessive pronoun, make sure to use most right before the noun. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank with the appropriate quantifier. Rivers are heavily polluted. Most rivers are heavily polluted. And when we are talking about the majority of a specific set of something, we use most of the plus noun. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank with the appropriate form of the quantifier. Most students don't like doing homework. The students didn't do their homework that day. Most of the students didn't do their homework that day. Also, we can leave out the noun with most when the noun is obvious from context. Now read the following sentence and leave out the noun that can be replaced with most. High school graduates can take a gap year, though most high school graduates still go to college right after graduating. High school graduates can take a gap year, though still go to college right after graduating. The most still go to college right after graduating. Here's a short story using the quantifiers a lot of and most. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I know that most teenagers like partying and going out with their friends, but most of my friends aren't like that. We go to the theaters and museums a lot. That's so interesting. What do you like the most about contemporary museums? Well, most people think that museums are really boring, but it's not true nowadays. A lot of museums are interactive. They are entertaining, engaging, and educational. And people of all ages have lots of fun in there. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with a lot of, and most. A. My dad spends money on his hobbies. B. Of the children at the school have tablets. C. Generally speaking, pizzas contain meat. D. We had to write essays this semester. E. I don't like strawberries. F. Of time I spend reading at home. G. Peter looks younger than his brother. H. Don't worry, we have time to finish it. I. There are smokers in their family. J. Taxis pass down the street, so you'll be able to get home safely. And now, let's check your answers. My dad spends a lot of money on his hobbies. Most of the children at this school have tablets. Generally speaking, most pizzas contain meat. We had to write a lot of essays this semester. I don't like strawberries a lot. Most of the time I spend reading at home. Peter looks a lot younger than his brother. Don't worry, we have a lot of time to finish it. There are a lot of smokers in their family. A lot of taxis pass down the street, so you'll be able to get home safely. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that quantifiers are adjectives and adverbial phrases that give approximate or specific answers to the questions how much and how many. Have a look at the example over here. Sorry, but there isn't much left for you to do here. Note that the word much in the sentence is a quantifier, and it tells us how much work is left to do. Now, to answer the questions how much and how many, certain quantifiers can be used with countable nouns, such as chairs and apples. while others can be used with uncountable nouns such as tea and money. Now let's have a look at the examples below. How many cousins do you have? Note that the quantifier many in the sentence is used with a countable noun, cousin. And in the sentence, how much money did you spend? Note that the quantifier much is used with uncountable noun, money. Also note that how much can also be used when we want to know the price of something. Now in this case, we can use how much with countable nouns, both singular and plural. Now have a look at the example below. How much does this dress cost? Note that the word dress is a countable noun. Note that much and many can be used in affirmative sentences in combination with to and so. Now in this case, they denote the excessive amount of something. Have a look at the examples below. I don't know what to do with so much sugar. Now in this sentence, the combination denotes the excessive amount of sugar. And in this sentence, there are too many people in here. The combination of too and many denotes the excessive amount of people in here. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use much with uncountable nouns and many with countable nouns. Now have a look at the list of words below and fill in the blanks using the appropriate quantifier, much or many. Stories. Many stories. Water. Much water. Energy. Much energy. People. Many people. Note that much and many are mainly used in interrogative and negative sentences. Now have a look at the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate quantifier. How dresses do you have? Not. How many dresses do you have? Not many. There isn't space for storage in my apartment. There isn't much space for storage in my apartment. Also note that you can use how much when you want to know the price of something. Now in this case, you can use how much with countable nouns, both singular and plural. Now complete the question below. How much it to cost? How much does it cost? Also note that much and many can be used in affirmative sentences in combination with to and so. Now in this case, they denote the excessive amount of something. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blanks using to or so. There is much to be done and many people to deal with. There is so much to be done and too many people to deal with. Here is a short story using the quantifiers much and many. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. How many friends do you have? I don't have many friends, but I don't think that there is some standard to that. Yeah, I totally get it. Are you all in the same friend group? Yeah, we always have so much fun together, even though that we don't have much free time now. We're all adults, have our own works and duties and responsibilities, so it's difficult to find time for hanging out. Well, many people don't even have that, so I'm happy for you. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with much or many. A. Could you help me wash the dishes? There aren't left. B. I couldn't think of good ideas. C. How dogs does your aunt have? D. How money should I have with me? E. Why is there so smoke in the kitchen? F. How electricity does this fridge use? G. I hope Mrs. Evans won't give us homework today. H. There were so people on the bus that I decided to walk to the mall. I. There are rules to remember when you write an essay. J. We don't see swimmers in the sea in winter. And now, let's check your answers. Could you help me wash the dishes? There aren't many left. I couldn't think of many good ideas. How many dogs does your aunt have? How much money should I have with me? Why is there so much smoke in the kitchen? How much electricity does this fridge use? I hope Mrs. Evans won't give us much homework today. There were so many people on the bus that I decided to walk to the mall. There are many rules to remember when you write an essay. We don't see many swimmers in the sea in winter. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that quantifiers are adjectives and adverbial phrases that give approximate or specific answers to the questions how much and how many. Have a look at the example over here. Sorry, but there isn't much left for you to do here. Note that the word much in the sentence is a quantifier, and it tells us how much work is left to do. Now, to answer the questions how much and how many, certain quantifiers can be used with countable nouns, such as chairs, apples, while others can be used with uncountable nouns, such as tea and money. Have a look at the examples below. How many cousins do you have? Note that cousins is a countable noun. And in this sentence, how much money did you spend? Money is uncountable. Now we use some and any when we are talking about limited but rather indefinite numbers or quantities. In general, we use some for affirmative sentences and any for negatives and questions, but both can be used with countable and uncountable nouns. Have a look at the examples over here. Jane bought some flowers. Note that we use some in an affirmative sentence. And in this sentence, did Jane buy any flowers? No, she didn't buy any. First sentence is a question. And the second, negative. Note that some can be used for questions, typically offers and requests, if we think the answer will be positive. Have a look at the example over here. Would you like some tea? Note that we ask this question using some when we think the answer will be positive. Yes, I would like some tea. Also note that any can be used in the meaning of it doesn't matter which. Have a look at the example over here. You can take any bus. They all go to the center. Meaning it doesn't matter which bus you take. Now we use enough to indicate sufficiency, while in negative sentences, it means less than sufficient or less than necessary. Have a look at the examples below. I'll take your t-shirt. It's big enough to fit me. Now in this sentence, enough is used to indicate sufficiency. And in this sentence, sorry, but I can't go with you. I don't have enough money for that. Enough in the sentence is used to mean less than sufficient. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember to use some when you are talking about limited but rather indefinite number or quantities. Also, use some for affirmative sentences. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate quantifier. Tom is busy. He has work to do. Tom is busy. He has some work to do. Also remember to use any when you are talking about limited but rather indefinite number of quantities. Now make sure to use any for negatives and questions. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate quantifier. Did he show photos? No, he didn't show. Did he show any photos? No, he didn't show any. Note that some can be used for questions, typically offers and requests, if we think the answer will be positive. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate quantifier. Can I have sugar, please? Can I have some sugar, please? Any can be used in the meaning of it doesn't matter which. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate quantifier. You can drop by time you want. You can drop by anytime you want. Remember that we use enough to indicate sufficiency, while in negative sentences, it means less than sufficient or less than necessary. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate quantifier. You're old to understand your parents. I don't have space in my apartment for a dog. You're old enough to understand your parents. I don't have enough space in my apartment for a dog. Here's a short story using the quantifiers some, any, and enough. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Do we have any cookies? No, I don't think we have any cookies left. There were some candies though. Can I have some? Yeah, sure. And can I have some sugar too? This coffee isn't sweet enough. I thought it was sweet enough for you. But yeah, take some sugar if you want. Now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with some, any, or enough. A. Have you seen interesting movies recently? No, not really. B. Can I have milk in my coffee? C. This game cost $10 and I had $5. I didn't have money for it, so I had to borrow from my friend. D. I'm going out with friends of mine tonight. E. I have questions concerning my project, so I'll call you later. F. Mary doesn't have spare pillows at her place. You should take yours if you want to stay over. G. Which dress should I buy? You can take. I really don't care. H. You aren't working hard. I. Don't worry. This is to keep me awake. J. If you need sugar, it's in the white cabinet in the kitchen. And now, let's check your answers. Have you seen any interesting movies recently? No, not really. Can I have some milk in my coffee? This game cost $10 and I had $5. I didn't have enough money for it, so I had to borrow some from my friend. I'm going out with some friends of mine tonight. I have some questions concerning my project, so I'll call you later. Mary doesn't have any spare pillows at her place. You should take yours if you want to stay over. Which dress should I buy? You can take any. I really don't care. You aren't working hard enough. Don't worry. This is enough to keep me awake. If you need some sugar, it's in the white cabinet in the kitchen. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now, predeterminers are words placed before determiners in a sentence. In other words, they modify the determiner. Have a look at the example over here. What a great day! The word what is a predeterminer, and it's used to modify the determiner a. Now, predeterminers are usually placed before an indefinite article plus adjective plus noun to express an opinion about the noun they modify. Remember, the predeterminers can be classified into the following categories. A. Multipliers. For example, twice, 3 times are used to express more than the specified amount. Have a look at the examples below. My brothers make twice my annual salary. I'll try to call my parents at least 3 times a week. B. Fractions. For example, half, 1/8 are used to express a fraction of an amount. Have a look at the examples below. The bus will arrive in half an hour. We've got plenty of time. I ate 1/3 of the pizza we cooked last night. C. Intensifiers. For example, such, what, quiet, rather are used to express surprise, disappointment, pleasure, or other emotions. Now, such and what are used to express surprise or other emotions. As in the example below, Alice is such a kind person. What a fantastic meal it is. Now, quiet and rather refer to the degree of a particular quality. They can express disappointment, pleasure, or other emotions depending on the adjective. Have a look at the examples below. Actually, it was quite a nice meal. I am surprised. Now, quiet in this sentence is used to refer to the degree of the meal's quality. And in this sentence, he's always been rather a difficult child. Rather is used in this sentence to refer to the degree of how difficult the child had always been. D. Other predeterminers such as all, both, do not fall into the other groups. Now they are used to express the entire amount. Have a look at the examples below. Jake broke both his legs when hiking. How did you manage to read all these books in 1 week? And now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use multipliers such as twice, 3 times to express more than a specified amount. Now create a sentence using the words in the following bracket. Their meals twice the size of ours to be. Their meals are twice the size of ours. Also remember that we use fractions such as half, 1/8 to express a fraction of an amount. Now create a sentence using the words in the following bracket. Kim, a bottle of to drink wine half yesterday. Kim drank half a bottle of wine yesterday. Also remember that we use the intensifiers such and what to express surprise or other emotions. Now read the sentences below and fill in the gaps using such or what. It was a crazy adventure. A delightful evening. It was such a crazy adventure. What a delightful evening. And we use the intensifiers quiet and rather to refer to the degree of a particular quality. Now read the sentences below and fill in the gaps using quiet or rather. The food there is usually good. It was dull in there, so I decided to head home. The food there is usually quite good. It was rather dull in there, so I decided to head home. Note that we use other predeterminers such as all and both to express the entire amount. Now read the sentence below and fill in the gap using all or both. My friends threw a surprise B-Day party for me. All my friends threw a surprise B-Day party for me. Here is a short story using the predeterminers such, what, rather, and quiet. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Let me tell you about our trip to Germany. You know that I'm quite good at German, but I felt rather hopeless at first. I couldn't understand anyone. Certainly, it did not help that we were in Bavaria. Yeah, I've heard stories about the accent there. What a challenge! And I would ask someone 3 times before understanding what they said. I felt quite stupid, but it got better with time. All people were very kind to us. In the end, we even managed to make friends with Adam and Martha from there. They are such a nice couple. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct predeterminer. A. When I was a kid, I would brush my teeth 1 time once a day. B. Both have my brothers live in Europe. C. What? Once a beautiful Sunday morning. D. I make all twice Tom's salary. E. I never want to see these two both again. And now restore the word order in the following sentences. A. It, such to be yesterday, a roller coaster of emotions. B. Look, these are balloons all. C. Add of sugar 1/3 to the mix a cup. D. I to see twice to try a year my dentist. E. It to be him in a state like this, sad rather to see. And now let's check your answers. When I was a kid, I would brush my teeth once a day. Both my brothers live in Europe. What a beautiful Sunday morning. I make twice Tom's salary. I never want to see these two again. It was such a roller coaster of emotions yesterday. Look at all these balloons. Add 1/3 a cup of sugar to the mix. I try to see my dentist twice a year. It's rather sad to see him in a state like this. Thank you for watching this tutorial.
In this section, we're going to cover prepositions. Now, prepositions are great for making your sentences longer, making more complex sentences, describing things that are happening in your sentences. They're used in all kinds of complex English. So take some time, go through each one, make sure you really understand it.
A preposition is usually a short word used to link nouns, pronouns, or phrases to other words within a sentence. Have a look at the example over here. If I'm not mistaken, her birthday is in May. The preposition in is used in the sentence to link the noun May to birthday. Her birthday. Note that prepositions do not change their form. Have a look at the example over here. I want what? To go. Where? To the movies. Meaning that I had a desire to go to the movies. Now, prepositions can consist of 1, 2, or more words. Have a look at the examples below. Josh went to the club instead of studying for his exam. There was a huge traffic in front of us. Now, prepositions can be divided into the following categories. A. Prepositions of place state the position or location of one thing with another. Have a look at the example below. Kate works at Starbucks. The preposition at tells us where Kate works. B. Prepositions of time denote specific time periods. For example, we usually go to our relatives at Christmas. Christmas is a specific time period, and at is used to denote this time period. C. Prepositions of direction or motion indicate movement from one place to the other. As in the example below, there's a great pub across the street. The preposition across tells us where the pub is and how to get there. D. Prepositions of manner express the manner in which something is done, as in the example below. You can't achieve success by doing nothing. The preposition by expresses the manner in which success is achieved, and it's not by doing nothing. E. Prepositions of cause, purpose, and reason indicate why, what for, or because of what something happens. Have a look at the example below. She couldn't attend the meeting due to some family issues. Now the prepositions due to tell us why she couldn't attend the meeting. Now let's review the use of prepositions and practice a bit. Remember that prepositions of place state the position or location of one thing with another. Read the following sentence and underline them. My sister lives in Oklahoma, but she is planning on moving to California. In. Also remember that prepositions of time denote specific time periods. Read the following sentence and underline them. I drank a cup of coffee in the morning and one more at noon. In. At. Note that prepositions of direction or motion indicate movement from one place to another. Read the following sentence and underline them. She was the person to work at Christmas or at Thanksgiving. At. Note that prepositions of manner express the manner in which something is done. Read the following sentence and underline the preposition of manner. Anne usually goes to work by bus. By. Also note that prepositions of cause, purpose, and reason indicate why, what for, or because of what something happens. Read the following sentence and underline the prepositions of cause, purpose, and reason. I want to go to the fish market to buy something tasty for breakfast. 2. Here's a short story using prepositions. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. What do you do for fun? I usually hang out with my friends. Sometimes we go to the movies together. Sometimes we throw parties at someone's place. And you? That sounds cool. Well, I moved to the States in May, so I haven't really made new friends yet. All my friends are back home. Why don't you come over? I think you'll like my friends and they'll like you. Oh, that would be great. Now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following text and underline the prepositions. He pointed his finger in friendly jest and went over to the parapet, laughing to himself. Stephen Dedalus stepped up, followed him warily halfway, and sat on the edge of the gun rest, watching him still as he propped his mirror on the parapet, dipped the brush in the ball, and lattered cheeks and neck. Stephen stood up and went over to the parapet. Leaning on it, he looked down on the water and on the mailboat clearing the harbor mouth of Kingstown. Ulysses by James Joyce. And now, let's check your answers. In friendly jest. 2. The parapet. 2. Himself. On the edge. Off the gun rest. On the parapet. In the ball. To the parapet. On it. On the water. On the mailboat. Off Kingstown. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that a preposition is usually a short word used to link nouns, pronouns, or phrases to other words within a sentence. Have a look at the example over here. If I'm not mistaken, her birthday is in May. Note that the preposition in the sentence is used to link the noun May to birthday. Her birthday. Now there are many types of prepositions, and among them are prepositions of time. Note that these prepositions are used to denote specific time periods. Now we usually use prepositions of time when we answer the question beginning with when. Have a look at the example below. When did you move to New York? I moved there in 2007. Note that the preposition of time in tells us when I moved to New York. Now there are 3 main prepositions of time. A. At. At denotes precise time, as in the examples below. I'll pick you up at 5. The preposition of place at in the sentence denotes a precise time, 5. And in the sentence, we're all going to be sleeping at midnight. Again, the preposition of time at denotes a precise time, which in this sentence is midnight. Note that at is also used with such expressions as at night, at weekend, at Christmas, at the moment, at present, at the same time. Have a look at the example below. Mr. Rufus isn't available at the moment. May I take a message? Note that in the sentence, the preposition of time at is used with the expression the moment, at the moment. B. On. On is used for days and dates. Have a look at the examples below. I'm meeting up with my friends on Saturday, and on Sunday morning, I'm flying to Seattle. In these sentences, the prepositions of time on are used for days, Saturday and Sunday. And in this sentence, Mike has the project presentation on 11th November. The preposition of time on is used for the date 11th November. Same in the sentence. My family does nothing on Christmas Day. Preposition of time on is used for the date, Christmas Day. C. In. In denotes longer period of time like months, years, centuries, etc. Have a look at the examples below. The Parkers are moving to Greece in March. The preposition of time in is used to denote the month, March. And in the sentence, the story is set in the 80s. In is used to denote the century. Life in the Middle Ages wasn't like in a fairy tale. I don't know how people lived in the past. In these sentences, the prepositions of time in are used to denote longer period of time, the Middle Ages and the past. Note that in is also used with such phrases as in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. Have a look at the example over here. Theo is an owl. He has a hard time getting up in the morning. Also note that we do not use prepositions before, last, next, every, or this. Have a look at the sentences below. I guess we'll see Alice on next Monday. Now this sentence would be incorrect because the preposition on is not supposed to be used before next. The correct form would be I guess we'll see Alice next Monday. Now let's review the use of prepositions of time and practice a bit. Remember that we use at to denote precise time, and we use on for days and dates. Now read the following dialogue and fill in the blanks with at or on. Should I wake you up 1st January? Absolutely not. Why would you even do that? I just figured that if you start celebrating New Year, 11 p.m., you should be still up that hour. Should I wake you up at 6 on 1st January? Absolutely not. Why would you even do that? I just figured that if you started celebrating New Year at 11 p.m., you should be still up at that hour. Also remember that we use on for days and dates, and we use in for longer periods of time. Read the following text and fill in the blanks with on or in. My free time, I like to go to bars and listen to bands there. For example, I went to see the Ribs performing Sunday evening. It was simply amazing. Too bad that I had to work Monday and I couldn't stay for too long that night. In my free time, I like to go to bars and listen to bands there. For example, I went to see the Ribs performing on Sunday evening. It was simply amazing. Too bad that I had to work on Monday and I couldn't stay for too long that night. Note that we use in with such phrases as in the morning, in the afternoon, or in the evening. But make sure not to use prepositions before last, next, every, or this. Read the following text and fill in the blanks using the appropriate preposition of time. Clark usually takes a shower the morning and the evening. But this week he is taking a shower 3 or 4 times a day. It's an unusually hot summer. Clark usually takes a shower in the morning and in the evening. But this week he is taking a shower 3 or 4 times a day. It's an unusually hot summer. Here is a short story using prepositions of time. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. What does your summer look like? Well, I have my exams in June. I'll be studying in the mornings, in the afternoons, in the evenings. And at nights? No, not at nights. Nights are for sleeping only. I try not to mess up with my sleep schedule. That's a smart decision. Thanks. Then in a couple of weeks, I'll be backpacking with my friends. We haven't done it in such a long time. And on 4th of July, I'll be at my parents'. Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with at, on, or in. Sometimes no preposition is needed. A. I don't like working out the mornings. I'm super hungry after sleeping. B. Where will you be New Year's Eve? C. Carlo went to Spain last June, and this time she'll go to Portugal. D. My parents were born the 60s. E. It rains a lot. Winter here. F. I don't like going out Friday evening. G. They're getting married 27th of August. H. Claudia lived in Peru, 2015. I don't want to do anything special. My birthday. J. Frank usually eats lunch noon. Now, let's check your answers. I don't like working out in the mornings. I'm super hungry after sleeping. Where will you be on New Year's Eve? Carlo went to Spain last July, and this time she'll go to Portugal. My parents were born in the 60s. It rains a lot in winter here. I don't feel like going out on Friday evening. They're getting married on the 27th of August. Claudia lived in Peru in 2015. I don't want to do anything special on my birthday. Frank usually eats lunch at noon. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that a preposition is usually a short word used to link nouns, pronouns, or phrases to other words within a sentence. Have a look at the example over here. If I'm not mistaken, her birthday is in May. Note that the preposition in is used to link the noun May to her birthday. Now there are many types of prepositions, and among them are prepositions of place. Now they are used to show the position or location of one thing with another. Note that we usually use prepositions of place when we answer the question beginning with where. Have a look at the example over here. Where do you live? I live in New York. The preposition of place in tells us where I live. New York. Now there are three main prepositions of place. A. At denotes specific point or location of something. Have a look at the examples below. There is someone standing at the door. The preposition of place at denotes a specific location, the door. There weren't many people at the theater. It's Monday after all. Again, the preposition of place at denotes a specific location, the theater. And in the sentence, Alex lives at number 25 Emerald Street. The preposition of place at gives us or denotes a specific address. And in this sentence, Ashley works at Apple. The preposition of place at denotes a specific company or workplace. B. In. In implies that something is located in an enclosed space or within a larger area. Have a look at the examples below. I think I left my phone in the living room, meaning that the living room is part of your house. And in this sentence, Jake lives in the US. He lives in Texas. In the first sentence, the preposition of place in refers to the country, US. And in the second sentence, the preposition of place in refers to the state. C. On. On implies that something is located on the surface. Have a look at the examples below. Could you grab my phone? It's on the coffee table in the living room, meaning that it's on the surface of furniture, coffee table. And in the sentence, Jake's sister is on the West Coast. She absolutely loves the Pacific. In this sentence, the preposition of place on implies that Jake's sister is located along a road, river, or by the sea, lake, etc. And in this sentence, Alex lives on the third floor. The preposition of place on implies that Alex lives on a certain floor in the building. And in this sentence, sorry, I'll call you back. I'm on the train now. Again, the preposition of place on implies where I'm located. Public transport. My grandparents work on a farm. The preposition of place on in this sentence implies where my grandparents are located, which is on an open field, the surface of the earth. Now, sometimes you can use both at and in when you talk about the location, although there is a slight difference in meaning. Have a look at the following examples. My siblings are at the mall, meaning that you are stating the location in general. Your siblings could be inside the mall, somewhere at the entrance, or at the parking lot. And in this sentence, my siblings are in the mall now. It means that you are specifying that your siblings are inside the mall. That is the slight difference between at and in. Now let's review the use of prepositions of place and practice a bit. Remember that we use prepositions of place when you answer the question beginning with where. Now read the following dialogue and fill in the blanks using the appropriate prepositions of place. Where do you live? I live Paris, but right now I'm living Madrid for a couple of weeks. I live in Paris, but right now I'm living in Madrid for a couple of weeks. Also, remember that we use at to denote specific point or location of something. And we use in when something is located in an enclosed space or within a larger area. Now read the following text and fill in the blanks with either at or in. As you know, my sister Mary works Apple. She really likes it there as she doesn't work a tiny cubicle, but an open space office instead. Mary says it boosts her creativity. As you know, my sister Mary works at Apple. She really likes it there as she doesn't work in a tiny cubicle, but in an open space office instead. Mary says it boosts her creativity. Remember that we use in when something is located in an enclosed space or within a larger area, and we use on when something is located on the surface. Read the following text and fill in the blanks with either in or on. I can't believe there is so much storage space. The closet. And look at these cute pillows. The bed. And there are even flowers. The vase. The windowsill. The room is just lovely. I can't believe there is so much storage space in the closet. And look at these cute pillows on the bed. And there are even flowers in the vase, on the windowsill. This room is just lovely. Here is a short story using prepositions of place. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Anne, hurry up! The Smiths are waiting for us at the restaurant. I know, I can't find my shoes. Have you tried looking for them in the closet? Not funny, Nick. I think I might have left them in the living room when I was taking pictures of my new shoes. There are some shoes on the bed. Aren't these yours? Oh, that's right. And now I need to find my phone. And I'm ready to go. It's right there on your bedside table. Oh, thanks. Love you. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with at, in, and on. A. My cat likes sleeping my bed when I'm work. B. Peter's relatives live the East Coast, so he doesn't visit them that often. C. Our kids love swimming the lake nearby. D. I am currently living Germany and doing my internship here. E. Were you the party too? I haven't seen you. F. Do you live with your parents or your own place? G. Kylie was the dentist's today. He needs some hugs in the evening. H. Meredith grew up a farm, Idaho. I left my headphones home. It's going to be a boring ride, the bus. J. There are so many tasty things, the menu. And now let's check your answers. My cat likes sleeping on my bed when I'm at work. Peter's relatives live on the East Coast, so he doesn't visit them that often. Our kids love swimming in the lake nearby. I am currently living in Germany and doing my internship here. Were you at the party too? I haven't seen you. Do you live with your parents or at your own place? Kylie was at the dentist's today. He needs some hugs in the evening. Meredith grew up on a farm in Idaho. I left my headphones at home. It's going to be a boring ride on a bus. There are so many tasty things on the menu. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now, a preposition is usually a short word used to link nouns, pronouns, or phrases to other words within a sentence. Have a look at the example below. If I'm not mistaken, her birthday is in May. Now, the word in the sentence is a preposition, and it is used to link the word or the noun May to her birthday. Now, there are many types of prepositions. Among them are prepositions of manner. Now, they are used to express the manner in which something is done. We usually use prepositions of manner when we answer the question beginning with how. Have a look at the example over here. How did she lose weight? She lost weight by exercising. The preposition of manner by expresses the manner in which she lost weight. Now there are several groups of prepositions of manner. A, in, and with. In and with are used to describe the way in which something is carried out, as in the examples below. She left the stage in tears. She was singing with tears in her eyes. B, by. By is used to denote either a person or a means of transportation, while with denotes an instrument. Have a look at the examples below. This house was built by my grandfather, denoting a person. Helen goes to work by bus, denoting a means of transportation. You need to cut the cake with a knife, denoting an instrument. Now we can also use by plus verb ing. For example, you can't prove them wrong by doing nothing. C, at. At can be used to describe aggressive behavior. Now compare the following examples. He talked to his wife. He talked at his wife. Note that the first sentence has a neutral behavior. And in the second sentence, the preposition of manner at describes an aggressive behavior. Note that we can also use the phrase in a friendly way or manner to describe actions, as in the example below. Mrs. Anderson spoke to me in an extremely polite manner. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use in or with to describe the way in which something is carried out, and we use by to denote either a person or a means of transportation. Now read the sentences below and fill in the blanks using the appropriate preposition of manner. The student left the class, tears after being shouted at. The teacher. The next day, the teacher, tears in her eyes, was apologizing to the student. The student left the class in tears after being shouted out by the teacher. The next day, the teacher, with tears in her eyes, was apologizing to the student. Now we use by to denote either a person or a means of transportation, and we use with to denote an instrument. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate preposition of manner. All the pies are baked. My mom. Recently, she has started baking sponge cakes. You need to whisk the dough for 30 minutes to get a nice texture, but it was too rough to do it manually. But a new mixture is truly a piece of cake. All the pies are baked by my mom. Recently, she has started baking sponge cake. You need to whisk the dough for 30 minutes to get a nice texture, but it was too rough to do it manually. But with a new mixture, it is truly a piece of cake. Also note that we use at to describe aggressive behavior. Now rewrite the following sentence using the preposition of manner at. Mr. Towles always talks to his employees. Neutral. Mr. Towles always talks at his employees. Aggressive behavior. Here's a short story using prepositions of manner. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Alice looks amazing. How does she manage to lose weight? By exercising regularly. Was there some special diet? No, not really. For example, I go to work by bus and Alice always goes on foot. It seems obvious, but you really can lose weight by walking everywhere. Maybe I need to change my attitude to walking. I work out with pleasure because I feel like I'm definitely doing something to lose weight. But when it comes to walking somewhere, I'd rather go by car. Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with in, with, but, or at. A. Trying to cut a steak, a fork is not the best idea. B. I don't like traveling long distance, car. C. Little Susie left the room, tears after being scolded. Her parents. D. Al was telling her something, but she suddenly snapped him. E. Kim suddenly stopped playing and threw the ball, Noah. F. Mr. Griffith always reacts anger whenever a student makes a mistake. G. You can't make friends being grumpy all the time. H. This story was written Agatha Christie. I love Sandra's attitude to everything. She always does things a joyful manner. J. You'll actually save time going there foot. And now, let's check your answers. Trying to cut a steak with a fork is not the best idea. I don't like traveling long distance by car. Little Susie left the room in tears after being scolded by her parents. Al was telling her something, but she suddenly snapped at him. Kim suddenly stopped playing and threw the ball at Noah. Mr. Griffith always reacts with anger whenever a student makes a mistake. You can't make friends by being grumpy all the time. This story was written by Agatha Christie. I love Sandra's attitude to everything. She always does things in a joyful manner. You'll actually save time by going there on foot. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that a preposition is usually a short word used to link nouns, pronouns, or phrases to other words within a sentence. Have a look at the example below. If I'm not mistaken, Her birthday is in May. Note that the preposition in the sentence is used to link the noun May to birthday, her birthday. Now, there are many types of prepositions. Among them are prepositions of direction or motion. Note that these prepositions are used to show movement from one place to the other. Remember that we usually use prepositions of direction or motion when we answer the question beginning with where. Have a look at the example below. Where are you going? I'm going to the supermarket. Note that the preposition of direction or motion to tells us where we're going. The supermarket. Now, there are several commonly used prepositions of direction or motion. A. To. To is used to show movement in a specific direction. Have a look at the examples below. I'll head off to work in a couple of minutes. In this sentence, the preposition of direction, to, tells us exactly where I'm headed. And in this sentence, Kimberly moved to Florida a year ago. Again, the preposition to in this sentence shows Kimberly's movement to Florida, which is a specific direction. Note that you can also use towards in the meaning in the direction of. Have a look at the example here. Why are these policemen running towards Eric? The preposition towards meaning in the direction of Eric. B. Into. Now, into is used to show movement into something, enclosed space, while onto shows movement on top of something, the surface. Have a look at the example below. The dog jumped into the kennel while the cat leaped onto the roof of the kennel. Note that the preposition into in the sentence is used to show that the dog jumped inside the kennel. In this sentence, however, the preposition of direction or motion, onto, is used to show that the cat leaped on the surface of the kennel, on top of the kennel, not inside. C. Across. Across is used to show movement from one side to the other side of something. As in the example below, you can't walk across the street whenever you want, meaning that you can't walk from one side of the street to the other side of the street. D. Over. Over is used to show an upward and forward direction across something. As in the example below, the boys jumped over the fence and chased the cat, meaning that the boys jumped upwards and chased the cat. E. Through. Through is used to show movement within an enclosed space from one point to the other. As in the example below, I don't like driving through the tunnels. I feel a bit anxious then. The preposition through in this sentence shows that I do not like driving inside the tunnel. F. Past. Past is used to indicate movement near something while you are on your way to another location. Have a look at the example below. I waved at Mary, but she walked past me, meaning that she walked near me while I was on my way to another location. Now let's review the use of prepositions of direction or motion and practice a bit. Remember that we use to show movement in a specific direction, and we use across to show movement from one side to the other side of something. Read the following dialogue and fill in the blanks with to or across. Where are you going? I'm going the local bakery. They sell super delicious bagels there. It's right the street. I'm going to the local bakery. They sell super delicious bagels there. It's right across the street. Also remember that we use into to show movement into an enclosed space, while we use onto to show movement on top of something. Read the following text and fill in the blanks with into or onto. My dog jumped the couch next to me right when I opened the bag of jerky and put my hand it. My dog jumped onto the couch next to me right when I opened the bag of jerky and put my hand into it. Also note that we use through to show movement within an enclosed space from one point to the other. And we use past to indicate movement near something while you are on your way to another location. Now read the text below and fill in the blanks with through or past. The bike drove right me, and I just fell from unexpectedness. But the person didn't stop or anything. He went the park and disappeared. The bike drove right past me, and I just fell down from unexpectedness. But the person didn't stop or anything. He went through the park and disappeared. Here's a short story using prepositions of direction or motion. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Excuse me, sir. Could you tell me how I can get to the nearest supermarket? Surely. You have to go through the small park over there, then turn right and go past the cinema. Right on the corner, you'll see a huge supermarket sign. Just go across the street and there will be the entrance. Thank you very much. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct preposition. A. Sarah's cat always jumps onto her bed whenever she enters the bedroom. B. I usually go over through the park on my way home. C. Walk across through the street at the traffic lights. D. They walked through the room and stood frozen. E. You are highly motivated when you are working past towards your goals. F. I need to go towards the library to get some books for my research. G. This ferry can take you across over the river. H. The dog jumped through over the fence to greet its owner. I. Michael usually buys coffee in the morning, but this time he was running late, so he went past his favorite coffee place. J. The lady carefully stepped from the train onto the platform. Now, let's check your answers. Sarah's cat always jumps onto her bed whenever she enters the bedroom. I usually go through the park on my way home. Walk across the street at the traffic lights. They walked into the room and stood frozen. You are highly motivated when you are working towards your goal. I need to go to the library to get some books for my research. This ferry can take you across the river. The dog jumped over the fence to greet its owner. Michael usually buys coffee in the morning, but this time he was running late, so he went past his favorite coffee place. The lady carefully stepped from the train onto the platform. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that a preposition is usually a short word used to link nouns, pronouns, or phrases to other words within a sentence. Have a look at the example over here. If I'm not mistaken, her birthday is in May. Note that the word in is a preposition and it's used to link the noun May to her birthday. Now, there are many types of prepositions, and among them are prepositions of cause, purpose, and reason. Remember that they are used to indicate why, what for, or because of what something happens. We usually use these prepositions when we answer the question beginning with why. Have a look at the example over here. Why don't you eat breakfast? I don't eat breakfast to sleep more in the mornings. Now, the preposition of cause to in the sentence tells us what for. Now, there are several commonly used prepositions of cause, purpose, and reason. Now, let's have a look at those uses. A. Due to. Now, due to is used to express the cause of the action. Have a look at the example over here. Due to her strict parents, Liz rarely went out. It was difficult for her to make friends, meaning that her parents were the cause of her not making friends. B. To. To is used to express the purpose of the action. Now, it's usually followed by a verb. Have a look at the example over here. People go to clubs to dance and to meet new people. Now, these two things are the purpose of people going to clubs: dancing and meeting new people. C. For. For is used to express the reason of the action. Remember that it's usually followed by a noun or pronoun or a gerund. For example, he was taken to the police station for driving under influence. Now, DUI was the reason he was taken to the police station. Now remember that because of is also used to express the reason of something happening. Have a look at the example over here. I need to go home earlier because of my sick cat, meaning that my cat is sick, and that's why I need to go home earlier. Here's a short story using prepositions of cause, purpose, and reason. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Why can't you go out with us tonight? That's all because of my parents. They are quite strict and don't want me going out late at night. But you aren't going to be alone. I know. They think that all people go to clubs only to get drunk, but I've never done anything inappropriate. There is no reason for them being so negative about it. You're still living with your parents, so you can't really do anything about it. We'll go out some other time then, okay? Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use due to express the cause of the action. And we use to express the purpose of the action. Note that to is usually followed by a verb. Now read the following sentence and fill in the gaps using the appropriate preposition. Emma always has to go to the shop on the outskirts of the city, buy soy milk, her dairy allergy. Emma always has to go to the shop on the outskirts of the city to buy soy milk due to her dairy allergy. Now we use to express the purpose of the action. Remember that to is usually followed by a verb, and we use for to express the reason of the action. And for is usually followed by a noun or pronoun or adjourned. Now read the following sentences and fill in the gaps using the appropriate preposition. My parents always give extra pocket money to my little brother, doing well at school. Thankfully, he is saving up the money, buy a computer instead of spending it on food. My parents always give extra pocket money to my little brother for doing well at school. Thankfully, he is saving up the money to buy a computer instead of spending it on food. Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct preposition. A. We would like for, to, thank you, for, to, your hospitality. B. The kid left the room due to cry in his room. C. Dan's mom can't drink milk because of her allergy. D. It's all because of you. E. We're so happy for to have you here. F. I always bring sweets for to my little cousins when I'm visiting them. G. Their shop was closed down due to 4. The financial struggles. H. O. The things we do for, due to love. I. Due to, for, the shortage of staff, we are working overtime. J. Timothy always makes coffee because of, for his wife in the morning. And now let's check your answers. We would like to thank you for your hospitality. The kid left the room to cry in his room. Dan's mom can't drink milk because of her allergy. It's all because of you. We're so happy to have you here. I always bring sweets for my little cousins when I'm visiting them. Their shop was closed down due to the financial struggles. Oh, the things we do for love. Due to the shortage of staff, we are working overtime now. Timothy always makes coffee for his wife in the morning. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now, a prepositional phrase is a group of words consisting of a preposition and a noun, pronoun, gerund, or clause. Have a look at the example over here. She tried to calm down the baby by singing lullabies. Now, by singing lullabies is a prepositional phrase, and note that it consists of a preposition, by, gerund, singing, and a noun, lullabies. A prepositional phrase always consists of two basic parts at minimum: the preposition and its object. Have a look at the example over here. I think I'll be at home. At is a preposition and home is a noun, object of the sentence. Now, a prepositional phrase is a group of words that consist of a preposition, and a noun, as in the example over here. Eric was fired from McDonald's. Preposition, noun. B, a preposition and a pronoun. For example, he always leaves little presents for me. For is the preposition and me pronoun. C, a preposition and a gerund. For example, Carol managed to lose some weight thanks to exercising. To, exercising, gerund. D, a preposition and a clause. For example, I need to talk to you about stuff we need for our trip. Clause. Now, a prepositional phrase can function either as an adjective or an adverb in the sentence. Now, as an adjective, the prepositional phrase answers the question, which one? Have a look at the examples below. The boy with red hair was taking photos outside. Which one? The one with the red hair. And as an adverb, the prepositional phrase answers the questions how, when, where. Have a look at the example over here. Gabby went for a run at 5 o'clock. When did she go for a run? At 5 o'clock. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that a prepositional phrase is a group of words consisting of a preposition and a noun, pronoun, gerund, or clause. Now read the sentences below and underline the prepositional phrases. You can lose some weight by not eating anything, but it's a bad idea. By not eating, which is preposition plus gerund. I'll be staying at my grandma's place tonight. At my grandma's place, preposition plus noun. Also remember that as an adverb, the prepositional phrase answers the question how, when, where. Now read the following sentences and match them. Also, underline the prepositional phrases. A. How long have you been learning Italian? B. When did you wake up? C. Where did you buy such a pretty pair of boots? 1. Oh, thank you. I got them at our local mall. 2. I've been trying to master it for 10 years. 3. At 8 o'clock, though it's my day off today. How long have you been learning Italian? I've been trying to master it for 10 years. When did you wake up? At 8 o'clock, though it's my day off. Where did you buy such a pretty pair of boots? Oh, thank you. I got them at our local mall. Here's a short story using prepositional phrases. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Do you have any plans for tonight? Yeah, I'm going on a date with David. I think we're going to a bar or something. With whom? With David, my colleague. He's a really nice guy. He was transferred from another department about a month ago, and we have so much in common. Oh, that's amazing. Let's hang out some other time then. Sure. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct preposition. A. In, on a beautiful Thursday morning, I found out that I got expelled from to university. B. My grandma Judy grew up in a farm in Idaho. C. Come over onto here. Look at that cute puppy. D. Could you pass me that book? Which one? The one from with a yellow cover. E. My grandparents live in of a tiny house in by the lake. F. Stop beating above around the bush. I can't understand anything. G. I always see people jogging on through the park. H. There was a huge pile of books under into the desk. I. Jenny can't have guests over at her place because of the landlord. J. Ben got sick due by eating junk food all the time. And now let's check your answers. On a beautiful Thursday morning, I found out that I got expelled from university. My grandma Judy grew up on a farm in Idaho. Come over here. Look at that cute puppy. Could you pass me that book? Which one? The one with the yellow cover. My grandparents live in a tiny house by the lake. Stop beating around the bush. I can't understand anything. I always see people jogging through the park. There was a huge pile of books under the desk. Jenny can't have guests over at her place because of the landlord. Ben got sick by eating junk food all the time. Thank you for watching this tutorial.
All right, now in this section, we'll focus on clauses. And clauses are parts of sentences or full sentences that you make. Okay, so, once you've understood all the single parts of the English sentence, now you're going to use all that to make these clauses. These are very advanced topics most of the time. So, if you're new to English, don't be scared or don't be afraid if you don't understand right away. Even native speakers, when focusing on some of these more advanced clause types like adverb clause or adjective clause, even they will get confused. So make sure you ask your questions so that I can help you.